Well, very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Thruxton. We're down here in the paddocks for day number 2 of the British Truck Racing Championship. And as you can see behind me, we have the wreckage of day number 1. That's the truck of Tom O'Rourke, involved in that horrific accident yesterday right at the start of race number 1. And if we just look away to my left as well, we'll see the truck of Ricky Collett. He's being taken away on his toe as well. Ricky is here with us this morning. We had a chat with him earlier. He's doing all fine and well. We believe Tom is currently in the hospital. We wish him a very full recovery from everyone here at the British Truck Racing Championship. We are ready to go racing though for day number 2, and I spoke with Ricky earlier on, and also a couple of our drivers who are ready to go for race 2. Well, good morning, Ricky. It's good to see you. Good to see you standing. It can't quite say the same about your truck, of course. It's attached to the toe behind you. Great to see you alive and kicking, mate. Let's talk about yesterday. It was a wild one, that first race, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, the third of a lap was, yeah. Yeah, the truck were going really well. I really fancied my chances. I got into second place and just got going around, lost the arse end a bit onto the grass, and once we were on the grass, you're just a passenger. I thought I'd collected it, but unfortunately not. Speeded me straight across the track and into the barrier.
Just talk us through that entire, because for a third of a lap, it was one of the most eventful races that we've seen all year, really. What did you see of the accident that happened just before yours?
I didn't see any of it. I was concentrating on going forward. It wasn't until afterwards that they said that they'd already red flagged the race, actually, when I had my accident, unfortunately.
And in terms of this season, obviously it does bring it, sadly, looks like to a close for you, which is such a shame. But how much have you enjoyed the racing this season?
Well, obviously it's been a bit curtailed and a bit more difficult with the lack of spectators and such like. But yeah, the racing's been as good as ever. But I'm really upset for the lads, really, because we'd worked really hard to get the truck set, and we'd finally got it perfect. And now start again, unfortunately.
Yeah, what is the latest on the truck and everything?
Well, the motor's all right, and we think the chassis rails are okay, but obviously we've got to strip it right down to the bare rails, check it all out, start again. The cab's kaput, need a new cab and roll cage. 4 or 5 months to do it, haven't we? Plenty of time.
Ready for season 2021. Well, most importantly, Ricky, glad to see you're up on your feet, mates, and best luck for next season.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Down here in the paddock with Dave Jenkins. Dave, very good morning to you. It's slightly drier than when we spoke to you yesterday morning. Don't think the track's in too much of a different condition though. How are we looking forward to getting racing?
Yeah, it's a little bit drier this morning, but obviously the weather can change. Look at the colour of the clouds, today. We had a great day yesterday, really solid qualifying, solid race. We are just going to take it race by race today and do the very best we can.
And of course, with the news that everyone got last night from the government, it's looking like this could be the last weekend of the championship. I know you've been keeping your eye on that top prize. What's required from you for the races coming up today?
Firstly, no mistakes, and secondly, a bit of good luck. We've got the speed, we can do the job, but we just need to pull it all together all at the same time today.
And we saw some fantastic racing from you yesterday with that battle with Stuart Oliver for second and third. Looking to reignite the rivalry from the back of the grid for the start of this one?
I'm hoping to drive straight past him and clear off, ideally. We were lacking a little bit of ultimate pace in that dry race yesterday afternoon. I think I was actually more confident with the truck when it was slippy earlier on. But we've made some changes. If it does go dry today, I think we've got the information that we need to optimise the setup.
Well, I wish you the very best of luck, Dave. Go well.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, chaps. Stuart, ahead of day number 2 and race number 2. How much are we looking forward to it?
Yeah, fantastic. A good 3 races. So I'll always look forward to them. So it'll be interesting. After yesterday's challenges, today should be good. We're really looking forward to it.
We saw a fantastic battle between you and Dave Jenkins yesterday, just behind the man to your right there. It was an amazing battle for second and third. You start ahead of him on the grid this time. Bit more of the same, do you reckon, going through the pack?
Well, I hope so, yeah, that's right. We'll come here to win races or ultimately get to the front of races and get on the podium. So, it was. I enjoyed that yesterday. We didn't want to take too many risks, too many chances, because, we didn't want to repeat of what happened earlier in the day. So, just sort of stuck in there, and, credit to Dave, he drove well. Martin obviously was away and, driving, tremendous as well. But I was keeping the pressure on Dave, hoping that he would make a mistake, but he didn't. So, we managed to get third, which is good enough.
And you're battling away at the top of the championship as well. Do you keep an eye on those standings, or do you just try and do it race by race?
You race by race. You come to race and do your best in every race. If you start thinking about numbers, maybe it's best if you stop at home. If you come to race, you're a racer. And that's how I like to see it. I come through the gate every time at every race circuit with the intentions of winning the races, and that's I think Martin's the same. That's what we do. And to come along and sort of work out numbers and think, if I'm here or if I'm there, that'll be fine. You've got to always think you want to be at the front.
Well, perfect time to bring in Martin, yesterday's winner. It was a terrific ride from you, mate.
Okay.
How much are you looking forward to starting from the back of the grid this time?
Really looking forward to it. I love the reverse grid setup. It just mixes it up and means we've got a bit of a fight ahead of us, which is what we come here for. So it should be good.
And you've had a bit of a go on the track, obviously, with yesterday. The conditions are actually fairly similar, with the weather looking like it's coming in as well. It's presenting a bit of a challenge for everyone. It's constantly changing. How are you approaching it?
The biggest challenge today will be visibility. Obviously at the front yesterday there's no issue. It's just going to be a wall of spray, so driving a bit blind, I think.
Keeps it exciting though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Well, chaps, best of luck for later on. We wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
once they go past the complex really and down to Noble, from where I am here coming into the club chicane, if they haven't made their moves in that period, then they're flat on it and the speed limiters are in, so it's almost impossible to make a move unless someone makes a mistake further around the circuit. But interesting that one. Luke Garrett was down there this morning. Paul Paddy McCumsky, Paddy Mac as we know him, he suffered a few problems yesterday and they found a pipe off as well, which they're now repaired, so hopefully that's Paddy's problems out of the way. Steve Powell is nowhere going on that track at all. Simon Cole we mentioned, Tom O'Rourke's going to be a non-starter. Now Craig Reed, I don't know if Craig was out there, as I said, he was looking I believe to move up to Division 1. But whether that got...
what number was that, John?
Well, Craig Reed was running 89 yesterday, but he's got Simon Reed's truck, so I don't know whether he's there or not.
I'm not sure I called 89 as it was passed.
Mark Taylor, he had a bit of a day yesterday, didn't he, really? It wasn't fairly successful. He kept it on the straight and narrow in very difficult conditions. Pace truck pulls off then. We are about to go racing, Alan. Get yourselves ready. Ryan Smith on the inside. This is going to be a quick start from Smithy, I'm sure. Then John Newell's alongside. Then Britton. Then it is Taylor, as we mentioned. Then it's Oliver and Jenkins. Keep your eye on Jenkins, and it's all yours now, Alan.
Ryan Smith does need to make a good start, but he's level pegging with John Newell as they go through Allard. The first turn, everybody's safely through as they now power down towards the left-hander on the approach down to the complex. That's going to be the right-hander being negotiated now by who turns in first. Just stand on tiptoes and see that it is Ryan Smith that's got the advantage. In second place, John Newell into Cobb. That's the middle element of the
I've got a spinner. There's a spinner in the middle. Two trucks around the wrong way, I can see from my point here. Not sure who they are at the moment, but they're around the wrong way.
Than me.
I think one of them is John Powell, is it? The other one, don't know where he's gone. He's gone out of my sight. Oh, there he goes.
No, they both get going now.
Yeah, they're both on it again. Oh, it's one of them. There's three altogether.
There are three of them rejoining here. I can see one is John Newell, I think.
No, I think John's still at the front end.
Is he?
I think that's John still in second place as they come around the bottom end of the circuit. Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, but with Alan standing in a different place,
I'm standing on a chair.
We've just got to get used to. John Newell's still there in second place at the moment. However, Smithy's got away as they come down through Brooklands and up Woodham Hill for the first time. Smith leads the reigning champion, Ryan Smith. Third in the championship as it stands after last night on my calculations. Then it's John Newell. Then it is Mark Taylor next up. Then Shane Britton will be through in the Bagheera, and then the battle behind, because that's Stuart Oliver just got the edge at the moment over Jenkins, and Jenkins, the championship leader, needs to get in front of Oliver if he can. Behind Jenkins is yesterday's winner, Martin Gibson. Then it is Reedy going through the 89 truck. So
Jenkins closes on Oliver as they go around the turn 1 at Allard. So Jenkins closes right up on the back of the number 7 10-time British champion, and as they now head down once again towards the complex, we've got the 99 truck, rather smoky as it comes through, popping and banging a little bit around Allard. So
that's Paddy again, isn't it? Yeah.
I wonder about the health of that truck. I'm afraid it was giving out black smoke, and black smoke is the not good smoke. So
now the spinners, or the ones we lost in that incident, was the Flying Dutchman. He comes through. John Newell, and then a very smoky. No, it's not John Newell, was it?
No, I thought it was John Newell, but it's the same colour scheme but different.
Well, it was Evans. He's gone into Diesel Alley, and no doubt about it, here comes John Powell. He's definitely coming into Diesel Alley, smoke pouring out the back of it.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I think it might be rubber, actually. It looks like the mudguards are bent up onto the rear tyres, so it might just be tyre smoke.
Meanwhile, the race leaders coming back into your sight. Up Woodham Hill they go now.
And Noddy's back into our sight. He's got an advantage. It was 3.7 seconds last time at the end of lap 1. And Smithy in the Norbrem's truck, the Taylor's truck, gets through there. Going to do a little bit more in Europe this year, but obviously with COVID and other bits and pieces, it hasn't happened. John Newell's there. Oh, look at that. Shane Britton now runs third in front of Taylor, and Oliver is pushing on up past Taylor as well. Jenkins has got to go with him. He's got to stay out of trouble, though, Jenkins, really, to maintain the championship lead and be in good condition. Cole comes through, and Paddy, as you say, pushing out a bit of black smoke, but not as bad as I've seen some trucks in the past.
It's getting tasty between Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins as they turn into the complex. The two trucks in the distance look to be together as one. They go to the middle part of the complex through Cobb up towards Seagrove. That's the exit of the complex, and then power down towards the left-hander at Noble, and we wait to see who emerges from pit lane as well. I think those trucks that
So they're out of it, I think. Both gone back into...
They're going to the paddock now, just in front of me. So retirements for number 10 and number 6, both of them. The Flying Dutchman is still going, I think.
Yeah, he's coming through now. Front nudge bar is a little bit damaged, so he's also had a little bit of contact in that incident, but nothing too much to bother him. Comes from about 50 k's north of Amsterdam, out towards the between Amsterdam and the coast, basically.
Ryan Smith is doing absolutely what he needed to do during this race, and that's to make the most of any opportunity. And starting on the front row of the grid, this was the opportunity after such a disappointing day, starting in disappointing qualifying for Ryan.
6.6 seconds at the end of lap 2, and
impressive.
That gap, if anything, it's getting bigger. So his problems of yesterday and the steering pump they rectified, at the moment, fingers crossed, he's hanging together. John Newell goes through. Not quite, it's gone out to 8.5 seconds, but John Newell doesn't look quite as quick and as sharp as he was. Brereton closing him down a bit.
Here we go with Stuart Oliver right on the tail of Mark Taylor once again as they go down towards the complex, walk to the other end of the balcony. We can see them turn in.
Yeah, but you've got to change in there because Gibbo's gone through as well and got in front of Dave Jenkins.
Dave Jenkins, yeah, certainly has. And as they turn through the complex, it's still the same order. Taylor and Oliver. Oliver was having a little look as they went around Allard, but still he's tucked in behind Taylor. Meanwhile, Ryan Smith ever pressing on towards Noble, the left-hander at Noble, back into sight at Goodwood and Village. Very quick back part of the circuit, fastest circuit in the country, of course, here at Thruxton. And I can see Ryan Smith now heading down towards the Wilson corner that is Church. He needs to make the most of this, and at the moment he's doing a perfect job of doing so.
Difficult corner, Church, and it's slightly opposite camber. It goes away from it, it's a long sweep up. Then into the bottom of that little dip before they climb Woodham Hill. Yes, it's not really a hill, is it, until you walk it or whatever, or you cycle it, as you mentioned yesterday. And then it is a hill.
Standing on the pedals, I was, into the headwind.
So Smithy comes through. Noah Bremps right across the front of the truck, the brake suppliers. Then it's John Newell. John's truck looking... absolutely. Oh, Oliver comes across the inside. Oliver spun around. He gets a little tap. I think he came across the inside of the chicane, and Oliver's blown it. He's gone way back down. He got a little tap, I think, as well from as he came back across the circuit from Mark Taylor. But on his way now, however, we do have a little bit of Thruxton grass on the tarmac.
I'm just wondering about the pace of Jenkins as well. You've got the timing screen directly in front of you there, John.
Jenkins just put a 1:47.1 in against Smithy's doing 1:46.4s.
Okay.
So he's not drastically slow at the minute.
But he's not making any headway, is he? Which is what he needs to do.
No.
So I got a message actually just before this race started from David's brother, Mark, or Jelly as he's known, to say, if you see Dave, can you wish him all the best of luck for today? Well, the day hasn't started perfectly for Jenks because he's making those places up. It's a long day.
Stuart Oliver, who was second in the championship, now just spun out. So it's advantage Jenks again now as far as championship points are concerned.
And with Ryan leading the race, he's going to bag, if things stay as they are, a whole chunk of points from race 1, but there are plenty more races to look forward to today as the day goes on. Another lap about to go in the book for number 50, the Flying Dutchman.
Yep, 11 minutes 22 left. These are 20-minute races, of course, today, as they should have been yesterday. It was reduced to 15, but this is a 20, so we're only not even halfway yet. 5 laps in, Ryan Smith goes through. There goes John Newell. Let's have a look. What's that gap going to be? 7.39 seconds. Now we've got a little bit of a race coming towards you, because we've got Shane Brereton with about a 4 or 5 length advantage over 3 trucks, led by Mark Taylor. I've lost you, Alan. I don't know if you've fell off your perch or something, but not getting any commentary from you at the moment. So let's pick it up. Alan seems to have disappeared. Hopefully he'll be back very soon. Just watching that Taylor still leading that trio as they go down to the far end of the venue, down towards Goodwood.
Back with you. Technical difficulties.
I think you fell off your perch for a minute. It was like,
I thought I've blown over the edge. No,
Yeah.
it's very safe here. I've got nice big barriers in the way. They're not.
I'm just saying we've got a nice little battle coming on down. They're down at Goodwood now. It's Taylor leading with Gibson in the middle of the sandwich, and then Jenkins behind him. They've gone past you and down through the complex, and the gaps are still about the same. In front of them is Shane Brereton, leading by about 8 lengths, 10 lengths, something like that, of that trio behind. So nice little battle forming there, and Smithy will complete 6 laps when he comes through this time. And as I look out the window, there's the Flying Dutchman with Ryan Smith just about to climb all over the back of him as they go down the start-finish straight. So JP Dam Transport Truck will complete another lap. And here comes that battle.
It's a great little battle, isn't it? I think there's 2
Jenks
together as one.
Yeah, it's Jenks up the outside. He cuts to the inside. Oh, Mark Taylor's made a little bit of a mistake. He's left the door open. That's let Gibson through, but Jenkins has lost out again, unfortunately. Jenkins not able to capitalise. He pulls out of the slipstream now, goes up alongside Mark Taylor as they go across the line, and they're back in your view.
Yep, and Jenkins passed Taylor at Allard, so just in front is the 69 truck ahead of the 81 truck as Mark Taylor slots in behind on the run down towards the complex. So the whole manoeuvre, if you like, was started going up Woodham Hill, wasn't it?
Yeah, bad thing for Jenkins now is, of course, Oliver is behind him. But he will be very shortly. Oliver 7th on the track, having spun out down here earlier on.
Yes, indeed. So always drama in the British Truck Racing Championship, and this potentially the final day of the season. Historically, the championship always finishes at Brands Hatch with a huge firework display that just gets bigger and bigger year after year. Well, it may finish here this year at Thruxton.
Whatever Paddy's problem was, that smoke doesn't appear to be anywhere near as bad as it was earlier on.
It doesn't sound great though, does it?
No, and I can also tell you that Craig Reed has been upgraded to Class 1.
Has he? Division 1 truck now? Okay. So, waiting for this quartet of trucks to head towards Church.
Taylor's already through underneath us here at the complex at the Club Chicane.
And
as is John Newell, they're both past the Flying Dutchman.
So that's Ryan Smith, number 1.
Battle's on. The battle is on for sure. Gibson at the moment making the GT truck very wide indeed, and the GT truck rather, and Jenkins is pushing on now. He knows he's got to do it. For some reason, Brereton has gone backwards now. Must have been a little mistake for Shane Brereton.
He's carrying good places. Jenkins right on the tail as they head through Allard, through the right-hander. They go on the left-hander on the approach to the complex. Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave. It's still the order with Jenkins having a look every which way. He's very, very close. Don't forget that on the previous time he was able to make the advantage. The advantage started at Church Corner, then up towards Brooklands and Woodham Hill. That's when the manoeuvre started, so they're still very much tied together on the run down towards Noble.
I think Jenkins possibly biding his time, and he's got plenty of time yet. Still over 6.5 minutes of this race left to run, so we've got at least another 2, maybe 3 laps. as a couple of the slower trucks comes through, and that Simon Cole doesn't seem to be having the pace this morning that he had yesterday afternoon in the race.
No.
Paddy McCumsky.
He really doesn't, does he? Simon Cole has just gone past me, actually, and it's very pedestrian, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. Smithy and John Newell, if anything, closing Smithy back down, isn't he? Yeah, that gap's gone back down to 4.6 seconds. A great worry, I don't think, for Ryan Smith at the moment as he comes through. However, that gap is closing. Now they're behind. This is what it's all about as they come into the club chicane. Jenkins trying to get the tight line. He can't get there. It's Gibson's closing that door, keeping it nice and tight through there. Goes over the curbs, just a little bit squirrely mid-centre of the complex here as they come through the club chicane, and now they're down towards you again. Stuart Oliver climbing all over the back of the Shane Broughton truck, and now makes his move as well. So it's going to be Oliver back behind Jenkins on the road as well.
Jenkins really pushing on, being cheered on by family members just underneath the Thruxton centre here, but he had good pace once again as he went through Allard. It's still the same order. He's right on the tail as they go through the left-handed parts of the complex, through Noble and up towards Noble rather. So through the complex they go. They turn out at Seagrave. That's a right-hand turn on the run down towards the left-hander at Noble, and Jets was right on the tail of Gibson as they exited the complex, but still in the same order. What have we got, about 4 minutes left?
We've got 4 minutes 52 left, and the gap between Smith and Newell that time 5.4. So Ryan opens it up just a little bit over John, but we've got to ignore those two really, I think, at the moment, and it's really the Jenkins, Gibson and Oliver battle that we've got to keep our eye on, because this is where the championship points are going to come from in this one. The championship is going to be affected in this race. Here comes Ryan Smith now. He's opened up the gap again over John Newell, so always a little problem for Ryan. He's obviously learning to work with it now, or maybe taking a little bit of a break. It looks like actually he's got a smashed screen on there. Now, I don't remember seeing that yesterday morning, and I'm sure...
Who's this?
Ryan Smith going through past you now.
Well, he had no windscreen at all yesterday, so maybe it's a second-hand windscreen.
Well, it's very second-hand because it's smashed.
Maybe they picked it up and managed to refit it, because he actually got himself out of the truck after the qualifying accident by climbing out where the windscreen should have been.
Well, I'm wondering then if that's what the problem is now, as that screen finally smashed.
Very
slowed for a couple of laps.
Very possible.
It's gone out to 6.6 seconds again now.
Meanwhile, David Jenkins still on the back of Martin Gibson as they head through the complex. The two very much together as one. Turn out of Seagrave, run down towards Noble now, and very, very close indeed, with Jenkins still right on the tail of Martin Gibson, but Martin Gibson keeping it absolutely neat and tidy, not making a mistake, and therefore not allowing an opportunity to present itself to David Jenkins. Ryan Smith meanwhile presses on the that part of the circuit now, heading through Goodwood Village and onto Church, and this is going to be another lap put in the book for the four-time champion, the reigning champion, Ryan Smith.
Yep, 2:48. The time he gets back here, that's going to be 2:30, something like that. 2:30, 2:20 left. I reckon Ryan's got 2 more laps to do yet at the front. John Newell looks closer. Definitely got the screen has definitely caved in on the front of Ryan's truck. So whether he's got clouted somewhere by a bit of debris, or whether that's just something that happened from that event yesterday. Jenkins now is in front of Gibson. Jenkins has got the edge over Gibson as they come over the line to complete lap number 10. And Oliver is what he goes through now. And he is about 5 seconds down on them.
And the team giving Dave Jenkins a hearty round of applause.
And we've got a big moment happening down here. I'm not really sure who it is, but someone's coming past you with the door hanging off.
Oh.
And the glass is all over the screen there, all over the track down here, or the perspex.
Yeah, yellow fiberglass all over the track at Allard now. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bits of significant debris on the circuit.
Unfortunately, I was looking in the wrong direction, watching Oliver go across the line, when it was happening just alongside me. So
it's all yellow bodywork.
well, that's Stuart Powell in yellow.
Stephen
Powell, are we? Yeah.
Steve Powell, yeah, it's Steve coloured.
Let's have a look when he comes back around this time. Steve Powell still motoring on down there, so I can see him way off in the distance.
Yeah, it's only bodywork. It's not significant parts of.
The worst one was probably the one with the door that was open or panel hanging. It was probably a door panel hanging off rather than the actual door.
Yeah, but we've got a black and orange flag being displayed on the start-finish line by the marshals. So obviously I can't see the number. Maybe that number will appear on the screen.
Smithy comes through.
Yep, Ryan Smith coming through.
I can't see the number either. I'm looking.
Is it on the bottom of the timing screen?
No, not at the moment.
That's a shame.
Jenkins comes through, he's opening up the gap over Gibson. Paddy Rakupski indicates to stay to the left-hand side of the track. And Oliver now goes through on his own. Brereton still leads. Oh yes, it is the Steve Powell machine. Got all the front corner missing underneath on this side, and the side panel's damaged. Not causing him any problems though as he goes through. And the truck that took the brunt of that, I'm assuming, is just coming into sight now. And that is the second of the Taylor's trucks. That's Mark Taylor. And Mark Taylor, well, yeah, he's going to retire it out. He's got good. He's got more bodywork. Door panel just comes off in pit entry. I'm not sure if that's a door. It's actually folded right in half. So whether the door came open and someone clouted it, that may well be the case. But he's gone straight through the pit lane and back out. So whatever it was, he was coming in to get that door ripped off, and it's fallen off.
It's an open side truck now that we've joined.
Just hopefully nobody else decides to come into pit lane, because it's probably a little bit hidden from the marshals down here as well. And it's right opposite the pit lane entry.
It's significant as well that still
there are people running down the pit lane, but it means they're going to have to go live side to get to that, and that won't be allowed, I'm sure. So here we go. We're nearly. Oh, checkered flag time. Checkered flag time, is it? Yes, it is. It was the last lap. Flag board was out, and checkered flag time. Ryan Smith takes the win then. John Newell, and look at Dave Jenkins. Whatever happened to Dave Jenkins, he's found the pace in the last couple of laps.
He really has.
Because he's fired it up the track. Third to finish, Dave Jenkins, with Gibson in between him and Oliver, and that's significant as far as the championship is concerned. Ryan Smith takes the victory by 5.7 seconds over John Newell. And Shane Brereton getting a little bit sideways. Just so much power, so much torque that these trucks have got when they just give it that little bit of welly, and they just tend to slide sideways rather than going straight forward. Flying Dutchman comes through. Well, it wasn't the race he'd enjoyed, he'd wanted, but no doubt enjoyed himself here at Thruxton, and more importantly, brings it across the line now, Alan. And here comes Mark Taylor.
Yeah, so
it's looking very second-hand as far as the bodywork's concerned around the front, but you'll get a better shot of that door now, I think.
Or lack of, because I've got a perfect view into the cockpit from the right-hand side. You can see right the way in, and with the absence of the door, there's some...
Well, the door has now been removed by one of the pit lane marshals. We picked it up. Doesn't look that heavy, so I'm guessing it's only a fiberglass panel type thing.
Yeah, you'd kind of guess it would be really heavy, wouldn't you?
Yeah. And we picked it up with one hand.
Oh. So a bit like when you close the door on a hot car, and you could literally close it with a feather.
Yeah.
They are so light.
Simon Cowell, he comes through in the Team Hard, and he's just a little bit of showboating for the spectators down. A lot of spectators this morning, I must say, down here, more than we had yesterday, and great to see him out just getting this last little bit of winter motorsport.
Everyone knows that we need to be cheered up.
Unfortunately this might be the end of motorsport for the year, so I think every breath
Or no, I don't think so.
No, you're going to get touring cars
I'm still really hopeful that we'll get the final round of touring cars. Yeah.
Unless the MSA pull the plug on Motorsport 4 Stop, then you'll get, and Dave Jenkins celebrating a little bit through here as well.
So the announcement yesterday for Motorsport UK was that as of Monday they would be having discussions with the relevant government department about elite sports. And at the start of the year, the reason we haven't been able to have spectators at BTCC rounds was BTCC was declared to be an elite sport.
Well, I had an email as well yesterday evening from British GT, and they are hoping to run as well at Silverstone behind closed doors. Now, whether they've not been elite all year, but whether they can change it to that, I don't know.
I think it's due to it's down to the nature of the international license, whether it's deemed to be elite or not. I think.
Yeah. So I think it'll be down to the MSA to sort that one out, won't it? Right, 15 points. No, not 15 points for Jenkins. He got Smith. He got the 15, didn't he? That gives him 139, 144. Do this live and talk you through it. John Newell was second.
If you're doing points as you go, that's impressive.
130 for John Newell. Dave Jenkins third, so that's 15, 14, 13 points, and he got the fastest lap in class, so he will get 14 points. That gives him 154. Stuart Oliver. No, Gibson was next, wasn't he? Gibson was next. Okay.
It wasn't your day yesterday, safe to say, but it meant you were stuck it on pole for this one. And aside from the windscreen, I think you've come through pretty safe.
Yeah, a bit disappointed we didn't get the fastest lap, though. We didn't have radio communication, so I didn't know, but we start the day off good. Got the pace, played it very cautious. First race of today, really well. Truck felt good. Few slight improvements now, and she'll be faster. So yeah, we'll be certainly there or thereabouts with a bit of luck, but after yesterday you never say never, do you? So no, delighted with the first race of today. Bring on the second and let's see what we can do.
Was that a decision last night when you took that bit of damage in the last race, just to try and desperately just get it over the line so you're in front of this one?
We needed to get it over the line. We don't know if Brands Hatch is going to go ahead, and I don't think it'll be a championship with only 3 rounds, but if Brands Hatch goes ahead and it's a 4-round championship, we want to win it, so we're going to push until the end. But you know, we've had massive problems all year, but apart from that, there's bigger problems in the world at the minute, and you know, we're collectively work as one, keep moving forward, and hopefully things will turn out good for everyone.
Well, congratulations on the win, Ryan. Great race.
Thank you.
Well, down here with Stephen Powell, the winner of Division 2. Stephen, that was a crazy race. You're in front of your truck here. It's just about clinging onto its front. Talk us through
it was a good race. We had a good pace. We started from the back. Luke got away, but we was on him. One of the Division 1 boys, he had his door hanging off, was meant to come in the pits, come up the inside, then he decided to turn in the pits. But no, really happy. It was a great race to be on par with the Division 1 boys as well. Mixing it up with them was fantastic, but probably a little bit expensive, but great fun.
It's been that sort of a weekend, hasn't it? We've seen so much action in the 3 races that we've seen.
You just don't know what's going to happen next. You really don't. I mean, if Brands Hatch don't happen, it's quite a good finale, you know. So it's been great fun. Another 2 to go. So,
well, if that's the case, it's certainly going out with a bang. Are you going to be okay for our next race here with what we've got behind you?
Yeah, that'll be fine. It's only cosmetics. Chuck a new windscreen in it would be good. So,
well, congratulations on a great ride, mate.
Thank you very much. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Let's try and get a few more. Thruxton here for day number 2 of the racing. It's about to get back underway, and as you can see behind me, some of the cars just making their way into the assembly area. This is going to be a real fast one. Looking forward to see some of these beautiful bits of hardware get going. We spoke to a couple of the drivers who are on the second row to find out how they're going to make their way to the front. Hi, very good morning to Jamie Sturgis. Jamie, second row of the grid for our open saloons and cars, and how much are you excited to be here, first of all?
Oh, very much so. I love Thruxton. I'm a local guy. I live half a mile away, so never miss an opportunity to race here, and weather conditions doesn't bother me. I'm happy here in the dry, happy here in the rain, happy in what we've got today, so somewhere in the middle. So as long as we've got the right tyres on when we go to the grid, then I'll be happy and we'll have some fun.
Yeah, we were just chatting before we came on air. Quite a weird sort of qualifying for you, wasn't it? You were just trying to figure it out as you went along.
It was. We went a little bit safe with some tyres that would run all the way down to a dry track. But they do take some time to build the temperature up, and on a cold and greasy track, when we're not generating the sort of G-force on the corners, it took a while to come in, and so we started chipping away at the time. The guys on the wall were giving me the timings to the next place on the grid, and fortunately I sort of started taking a second a lap off as we got towards the end of the session, and I just missed out in the front row by 0.1 of a second. So I'm happy with that. It's a good place to be. I'm sort of closer to the wall. I'll struggle to come off the line being front wheel drive on a wet track, so I imagine I might get jumped by a car or two at the start, but when the tyres come in, we should be hammering through them. So.
Let's talk us through the car, because it's a lovely bit of hardware. We've been admiring it all morning. Talk us through it. What we got?
So it's a Golf TCR car, 2017 specification. Runs an absolutely standard factory engine, 340 horsepower, so the same sort of engine as the Golf R. But at that point the similarities end. The seat is just like a British touring car. It's sort of way back and in the middle of the car almost. We've got a sequential gearbox, so it howls like an open wheeler when we're driving around the track. The suspension setup is super advanced. Öhlins dampers, or extended wishbones all around, so we get a great footprint on the track, and that's the advantage of these cars. It's all about maintaining that speed and carrying the speed through the corners, and that's where they have a real advantage over a sort of a homegrown race car or a narrow bodied race car.
Awesome stuff. Well, mate, we can't wait to watch you out on the track for the race. Best of luck.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, down in the paddock ahead of the race, Brian, we're really looking forward to seeing you go. We saw you yesterday. It went pretty well for you. How are you excited for this one?
We're just debating on the weather at the moment, but it's a bit up and down with the rain. 1 minute it's coming in, then it's not coming in, so it's all debating on tyres at the moment, to be honest with you. So we'll see. We're going to go out on wets because they forecast rain in the next sort of 10 minutes, and it kind of looks like it's now coming in. So I'd rather not get out there on intermediate, so we're staying on wet. So yeah, it'll be good fun, hopefully. There's a lot of competition with the Golf TCR over there. So yeah, and the Ginettas as well, so that'll be good fun, I hope.
Yeah, well, it's sort of been the story of the weekend, hasn't it? Trying to second guess the weather. It's been so changeable.
That's been very changeable. Yeah, that's been tricky, because we haven't got air jacks and stuff like that. So it takes time to change wheels and stuff. We get it down to about, I don't know, a minute or so, but it's still tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. And do you think your racing yesterday gives you a little bit of a head start over some of the riders today?
Not really. There's a guy in the Golf, he lives about stone's throw from here, so that's obviously his stomping ground. So he probably knows every corner, in it with his eyes closed. So I've never been here. I only come here last weekend. That's the first time I've ever raced here, so that's all a bit new to me.
Well, we can't wait to watch you, mate. The very best of luck.
Thanks ever so much. I appreciate it.
Well, I've been sitting here just doing those championship points. The last chance race, which is currently on at the moment, it was due to start at 10. It didn't start until 11 minutes past 12.
I think the nasty weather has been across country.
They have a church break, and then, but
that's only a quarter of an hour.
I'm going to say it's been about a 2-hour break, so I think maybe we'll keep our fingers crossed, because it looks like it could possibly have been weather related, and they've stopped due to the weather conditions.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, very possible. Yeah.
Let's hope they're getting it, but as I say, they're up and running again now. In fact, it's just finished the last chance race. Joey Foster,
hey,
that won the last chance race, so he'll go through to the semis.
He's still a star in a Formula 4.
There's quite a few old names in there. Rick Morris, fourth in the.
Still a star in a Formula 4.
So yeah, one or two down there still battling it out, I think. But we are about to go racing here again. Obviously been some problems there, because they're now cutting the race distances up at Silverstone down to 15 laps for the all-comers race.
Sounds weather related, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. They have a fairly packed timetable as well, don't they?
They do actually, yeah. It's a fairly finals not till the very last race of the day, so they've got to get that in whatever happens. Well, I say whatever happens. It can't be run, can it? But they'll do their best. Yeah,
exactly that.
So this is the Sports and Saloons race that we've got here, and I'm guessing we've only really got one sport. So no, there might be a second car. Is there? There's a second open top. There's the Mallock, which is quickies, but then there's another open top car, a Caterham, isn't it? Yeah.
Caterham, yeah.
The rest are all Saloons.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Now they're being led round by the that Hendy Ford, the bright orangey yellow Ford. Nice looking colour. That I quite like that colour.
There's a few of them here at Thruxton this year. Yeah,
he pulls off into pit lane, but it's not a rolling start because they're coming up onto the grid. So I think that was just the outlap. I noticed they got the new Renault Alpines over there as well on display. You can buy vouchers to drive those different cars in either school guys or just as a joyride, I think. And looking very much like the old Renault Alpine until you look inside and it's got paddle shift and everything else in it.
You can do a virtual tour of those cars as well if you go online. Yeah. You do a sort of a virtual reality tour of the cars, which is a rather cool thing in itself.
As we mentioned yesterday, Thruxton Motorsport Centre website is the place to look. They've got lots of goodies and bits and pieces out there, and vouchers for Christmas. Already the countdown is on the grid. So let me see if I can find a grid for this one. That might help, mightn't it? Now that we've got the qualifying, for some reason that hasn't. Let's just see what we've got. There we go. And Clive Wood on pole, Chris Everall in the bright red
Ginetta. Alongside him, Jamie Sturgis and Brian Branson on row 2. So Brian, we know, that's the white car with the wasp on the side, and we had that yesterday. Dylan Popovic on row 3 with Dave Griffin, that's the Diet Coke sponsored car. And then Anthony Bennett and Ian Wright on the back of the grid, if you can call it the back of the grid, 4 rows, so not really a great deal of difference between row 1 and row 4, but we mentioned in Thruxton the driving centre and Thruxton Centre. You can hire the centre as well, although I think with the current lockdown, the Christmas parties and bits and pieces may be a little short. Yeah, the new Focus STs, the new Alpines they've got, Caterham 7 you can drive in. There's lots of Christmas gifts. Karting, of course, goes on throughout the year, and the drive-in experiences in Ferraris, McLarens, Astons, Porsches, you name it, they've got it. Jags, Fords, the lot. So if you're looking for something a little different for Christmas, maybe a voucher for one of the activities here includes a 4-wheel drive course as well, and that would be a nice little present to give somebody, and something that they can cash in when we're hopefully in post-COVID times, Alan, next year.
Oh, well, what a lovely phrase that is.
Post-COVID.
Yeah, we all look forward to that. We all need something to be a bit more jolly about.
Post-COVID events, you mentioned the touring cars in May and August next year. British Superbikes are back here first week of June, 4, 5 and 6th of June, and then the Thruxton Historic Meeting on 12th and 13th of June the following weekend. So a fairly big bit of infrastructure there for Thruxton, although I suppose once you set it up for the Superbikes, and looking at it, you'll be here with the touring cars early May, then early June is the Superbikes with that historic the following week. So I guess once the infrastructure's in, it stays for the fortnight as such.
They do just need the bales of hay for BSB. They get shipped in for the weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure they use bales of hay now. They're all the airbag things, aren't they? The air fence type things, and the Recticel, which is like a sponge padding in a UPVC sort of UPVC. I don't know whether that's right. PVC cut, in any rate.
The kind of lining that you've got on the inside of your roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absorbs the shock from the bike and the rider. Grid being formed up, 20 minutes it's going to be. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Looking at the qualifying time,
Clive Wood should win.
Yeah, yeah. 1:27.320.
All things being well.
That Malak, great car, aren't they? The Malaks.
Fantastic enduring car over the years. Clive Wood has been
50
driving
odd
Malaks.
years old, I think.
I know.
Yeah, it's like. And they're front-engined sports cars. Green flag shown. You presumably can't see the lights, which have just come on. They go out, and we're racing. Yeah,
we certainly are. Let's have a look. Who gets the best of the starts? The Caterham gets a good start. It's going to be up into second place and slots in just in front of the Ginetta. So best start was from pole position, as you would expect, Clive Wood, but a very fast starting Caterham got the jump on the Ginetta on the front row of the grid. That's Anthony Bennett in the number 124 Caterham. Into the complex they go for the first time, through the middle elements, that's Cobb, and then into Seagrave, the right-hander. Easier to see now, we haven't got lots of people standing up here. And now on the run towards Noble, that's the left-hander. They go out of our view over at the complex. If we were in the commentary box over there, they're out of my view before then, when I'm speaking from the top of the Thruxton Centre, from the balcony, and then they'll come back into view when they emerge from Goodwood down towards Village and then on towards Church. And already Clive Wood has got an advantage, hasn't he, and is there streaking away, as really you would expect. He is the sports car surrounded by a whole bunch of saloons, but great that we've got these open races for the sports and saloons. Headlights on for the saloons. It is a good start for the
Caterham, as you said. He's still there in second.
Yeah, great start for the Caterham, really speedy off the line, and Caterham Racing for so many years has given us some sort of spectacular slipstreaming races, hasn't it?
And there's a Caterham race weekend, I think this weekend, up at Croft, isn't there? One of the Caterhams.
Is it up at Croft?
Yeah. One of their final rounds of the year. Over the stripe they go then. Wood from Bennett, then Bransom, the first of the Saloon Cars, from Sturgis, Everall, Griffin, Popovic and Knight.
And then we've got the little Golf 666.
In fact, it's Knight's in front of. We lost the number 9 car. We have the number 9 car, Dylan Popovic, in the other G50.
The G50, yeah. One's a G55 and one's a G50. That's sad.
I don't know whether he actually came to the grid, did he?
I didn't tick them off.
He's showing on our screen, so I'm assuming he came to the grid, because normally they delete them from the screen once they don't show. So let's see what happens when they come back towards us. Then we'll get an idea of some lap times against the qualifying times from this morning. As we said, 1:27.3.
0.7 seconds the advantage that Clive Wood had at the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, that's a big advantage already, isn't it?
On the opening lap,
it's gone out even more already. The Dayglow flashes on the silvery grey car go through, and over the stripe he goes. Here comes the Caterham. Now the Saloons are closing him in, and it's a bit of a change there, because that's not Branson now, that's Sturgis, I think, up to third, got in front of Branson. Everall goes through.
That's the VW Golf TCR spec car, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
It looks to be in quite a challenging position as well as they turn into the complex. The car on this second lap absolutely flying to bring down that gap, so we need to keep a good eye on the 99 car. Jamie Sturgis.
Well, it was a 1:27.3 the qualifying time. His first flying lap 1:26.003. So almost into the 25s.
It's still a damp surface, but certainly not as damp as it was for qualifying this morning, when we were actually seeing, when the track was green the first thing when they qualified, we were actually seeing plumes of spray coming up the back of the cars. We haven't got that anymore, so the Golf can press on and has done a jolly good job of doing that so far. Whether he can continue to do it, we shall mark the progress, but they're coming up to back into your sight.
They are. Now. The leader's already just coming into the chicane here. I'm looking further back down, because where is Chris Everall in the other GT? I would have expected him to be a little bit quicker around here than his current form.
It's been losing places, hasn't it?
Yeah. Climbing all over, Sturgis climbing all over the back of the Caterham. The Caterham just hangs in there. Then comes through Brian Bransom, and he goes through with Everall behind him.
And look at the Golf as they come round Allard now, much closer to the back of the second place Caterham, very close indeed. It's wonderful sports and saloon races, isn't it? You get that slightly unusual look of a rather large saloon. The VW Golf TCR is a pretty big car, and the nimble little Caterham sports car,
well,
it's got past.
I've commentated on a few, as I said, of the Welsh sports and saloons, and they are very similar.
Yes.
And it's we've had all sorts of cars. I mean, Chris is a regular runner in that GT there, the Ginetta, and then we've had German spec Audi touring cars. We've had all sorts of bits and pieces come in that don't really fit in with any other championship. Guys buy the cars because of their heritage and things like that, but then you have to wait for them to drop into classic saloons and historic saloons to become old enough. But these sort of races where has it got four wheels on the bottom, if it has, then it can race sort of entry is much more fun. It's a bit like the old Winter Series and certainly the old Boxing Day meeting at Mallory Park when they ran the Plum Pudding. It was like, you know, 4 black tyres on it, yes, it fits in somewhere, and if it doesn't, we'll invent a new class for it.
You can race.
Yeah.
Clive Wood isn't really racing, he's giving us a textbook example of how to drive a Mallock.
However, he's not gone any quicker than that second lap that he did. In fact, he's dropped off considerably because he's down into the 29.60s that time for some reason.
And Sturgis in the Golf, now he's got into second, which he did at the complex on the previous lap, is fair pulling away from the Caterham.
Yeah, well, a 27.7 for him.
Impressive. Turning through the complex now, in the middle of the complex.
And 24 car, that's the other Caterham, isn't it? That's slipping away just a little. No, that's not. Yeah, I'm looking at it wrong. It's 24.
Slipping away lap after lap, actually, the Caterham, which is sad to see. The advantage at the end of lap 4 for Clive Wood over Sturgis in second place.
It should be 124. It's showing us 24 on the screen. That's what's showing me. I'm going to say because that should have been Andy Thompson in the Seat Leon.
Yeah, and
he's not with us because he had car problems yesterday.
10 seconds the advantage for Clive Wood at the end of 4 laps, and not surprisingly, with the fastest lap of the race, as you said, a 1:26 early on in the race for Clive Wood. Car number 50, the Mallock Mark 23, is it? Mark 23 for Clive Wood.
What's the difference between a Mark 23 and a Mark 22?
There were quite
or a Mark 24.
There were quite subtle changes. The significant one, I think, for the 23 was the bodywork. The bodywork looks a lot different. Here comes the Golf coming through Allard, trying to avoid the curbs on the inside of the corner. They're painted. They're likely to be pretty slippery.
Everall's got them better of Bransom as well this time.
Yes, indeed. As they head up towards the complex through the left-hander that marks the approach to the complex. The Golf already turning out and on towards the left-hander at Noble. Clive Wood, meanwhile, will be down towards, I would imagine, Village and Church.
He is. I think he's just coming up the hill. No, that's one of the that's the 666 Saloon. That's Ian Knight in the Race Truck VW Golf.
Very active job this, John. One end of the balcony to the other.
Glad to see it. I'm sitting here on my chair, turning from one side to the other.
Are you, by Jove?
Very energetic up here.
It's good to see people on the bank as well.
I just said earlier on, it's amazing how many people. We've got a massive queue at the T van down here as well. So
welcome
they're doing well. Here comes Woody. But look at the Golf. The Golf is closing him in at a rapid rate of knots. So Sturgis, I think, has got the better of him here. We got loads of time yet. Still 11 minutes left. And they come through the club chicane over the stripe this time. The gap is going to be 3.7 seconds.
On goes the leading Saloon
and
in second place.
Sorry to interrupt, but Everall's got the better of the Caterham as well, so he's now up to third.
Yes, he is. The Red Janetta just comes around, but the Caterham is fighting back. Had a look on the inside as they went into Allard, but slipped in behind the Red Janetta. They're on the run towards the left-hander before the complex, and still in the same order, so it's Everall that just leads from the Caterham. Meanwhile, this battle between the top two, absolutely fascinating as they completed the gap was 3.7 seconds between race leader Clive Wood and the VW TCR in second place.
I think it's gone out a little bit again now because the Mallock appears to have opened up the gap as it comes round the far end down through Church, Brooklands and Church. And now back into my sight proper at the bottom of the dip, ready for the run up Woodham Hill. So whether Clive got a wake-up call
or was playing the Villeneuve way of racing, doing only just enough in order to win the race. Well, that could be the case. Yeah. To look
well,
after.
It looked like he got away on the quicker part of the circuit, but certainly the Golf is back with him again. I think that gap has gone out 3.7 over the stripe, 4.08. Well, it's gone out 0.3 of a second.
Well, Sturgis didn't look as quick through Allard this time, and the engine note didn't sound quite as high revving as it did on the previous lap. So maybe biding time, as you said. We've got plenty of time left in this race. Third place Janetta comes through. The Caterham has dropped back a little bit but hasn't lost touch with the back of the Janetta. That's the top four through. The BMW in fifth place, the race winner from yesterday, not in the Open Sports and Saloons but in the saloon race that we had here yesterday, the classic touring car race, comes through in fifth place. Clive Wood, meanwhile, has negotiated.
Oh, there we go. See, that gap looks a lot bigger.
Yeah, on the quick part of the circuit.
Goodwood down there, that gap has definitely opened up. And now, from now on in, I think Woody backs it off just a little bit, whereas the Golf stays on it. Tail ender in the way as well. That's going to be Ian Knight. I shouldn't think that will cause too much of a problem for Clive Wood, and it doesn't. Just on the run halfway up Woodham Hill. To the club chicane, although Wood a little bit wide coming in there, but a nice smooth run through, and this time I would say definitely that gap has opened even more. So as you say, perhaps it was just a little mid-race, I'll have a little break here.
Yeah, just mechanically sympathetic. I wonder also what the lap times are now for Sturgis in second place.
1:23.616 for Wood. That's the fastest lap, and that was his quickest lap that he's just done then against a 1:25.920 the last lap for Sturgis. He's done a 1:25.89 before, 8.7 before.
So the gap extends at the end of 8 laps to 6.3 seconds. We've got 7.5 minutes of the race remaining. And the weather stays good as the BMW comes through, the number 26 car of Brian Branson, E36 M3, that car, which went very, very well indeed yesterday in our 2 handicap saloon races. Which you and I
best forgotten that.
Which you and I thoroughly enjoyed working
it was good fun, wasn't it? Very good fun.
It was really good fun.
There's another of the cars that were out there. That's the 34 car going through. David Griffin.
Yep, the Diet Coke liveried car making its way through.
Here's the leader again, back towards us to complete lap 9 this time, and the gap has come down again. Unbelievable. That gap has come down. Woody, I think, as you say, just possibly looking in his mirror, gets a glimpse every now and again and doing what he needs to do. It's back down to 3.5 seconds.
Clive Wood is teasing us and the VW with the prospect of the two of them getting together on circuit and vying for the lead of the race, and as soon as the VW does get close, seemingly Clive Wood can respond with another blistering lap in the manner, as you would expect. So we are being teased with the prospect of this being a run to the flag.
Well, the previous lap Wood put in the fastest lap of the race, a 1:23.6. That lap was a 1:28.8, so 5 seconds slower. Interesting. As you say, perhaps he's just playing with us all.
Well, you don't know, do you? But it's good to have them all together, and we thank all of them and the crews that run the cars for giving us a race this weekend at very last minute notice.
Yep, just under 6 minutes of the race left to go, as he comes up Woodham Hill, and I think he's just give it that squirt again, because that gap's just opened up just a little bit visibly as they come in. I think Sturgis a lot quicker into the club chicane than the Mallock, so that's possibly where he gains a few feet, because it looks like the gap's there when they go into the chicane, into the braking area, but then during and on the exit they seem to have got a little closer. It's gone out though to 4.15 this time, and Wood comes down to a 1:24.606 against Sturgis's best lap of the race so far, a 1:25.217.
Meanwhile, down here, trucks are appearing in the assembly area for the second time today. They're getting themselves ready as the Ginetta in third place makes its way through. The number 69 car heads through Allard, and Luke Garrett has appeared in assembly getting ready for the second truck race of the day.
Well, I'm looking for Clive Wood again, and is that Woody over? Yes, it must be overtaking a tail ender. That in fact is probably the Dave Griffith car. Up Woodham Hill they come. This will be lap 11. 4 minutes to go. Now, is Griffin going to get in the way of the Golf, and he cuts the door through as they come through the chicane. The Golf will be ready to make the move surely as he pulls straight out. Up alongside Griffin goes the Golf, so nothing really lost there at all. And as they go across the stripe, the difference is 2.829, closest it's been all race.
I reckon that this is going to be a quicker lap for Clive Wood, judging on the tone of the engine through Allard, and the perfect lap after lap, the perfect racing line, just avoiding going as close as he can to the potentially very slippy painted curbs on the inside of Allard, and then on the run towards the complex, beautiful lines as you would expect. Very nice handling machine as well, the Paddock Mark 23.
Our friends from the emergency helicopter take off again. They've been in and out a couple of times this morning.
I took a wrong turn yesterday when I was going out to the commentary box and ended up my little smart car alongside the air ambulance. I thought, right, I'm in the wrong place.
Yeah, don't want to park here. I'm not
I need
one
to
of them
back
whirly
up.
things on the roof.
Well, potentially it would take off and take the smart car with it, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So Woody now comes in. Sturgis is in as well before Woody's out of the club chicane here. Down towards the finish line for the 12th time of asking, with 2 minutes 31 on the clock. So we're going to get another 2 laps out of this. Well, you're right, it was a quicker lap, but it was a 1:24.491 for Wood and a 1:24.383 for Sturgis, bringing that gap down to 2.7
I know,
seconds.
and to the eye, as they came through Allard, that's turn 1 of the Thruxton circuit, they looked much closer as well. So as we count down to the checkered flag in the first of our open sports and saloon races, that gap is coming down between the top 2. Interesting. Under 2 minutes of the race remain. They've got 12 laps in the book now. Well, certainly the top 3 have all been through and completed 12 laps.
I don't think the grid for the second outing for these guys is the same as the first, is it? Or is
I think
done?
if it follows the template of what we had yesterday, it might well do.
Yeah. It's a shame, really. If it was a reverse grid, not being a bit of a spoiler, but you could do with Sturgis slowing now, coming down last,
We need to
being
talk
on the
about-
being on the front of the grid for the restart, with Wood on the back of the grid for the
That
restart,
would
and
be
what a race we got on.
fantastic. That would be fantastic. We can but dream.
I'm only trying to, set the scene and liven it up. I'm not trying to be detrimental to any driver, really, but over the line they go, 1:16 left. Didn't it look like there was a last lap balled out? So I don't know whether this is 20 plus 1, is it? But it was just a straight 20.
I would have thought it was just 20, and then check
No last lap balled out with 50 seconds remaining, so they're not going to get another lap in after this one.
2 local drivers as well, of course. The VW Golf in second place. Jamie Sturgis is from Andover, just a few minutes down the A303, and so too is Ian Knight in the race truck entered VW Golf, both of them from Andover. So,
well, and also really Clive Wood, the race leader, not a million miles away. He's only down in Southampton, so that's what, 25 mile down the road, something like that.
not too far at all, half an hour away. And we've got also Anthony Bennett in the Caterham from Salisbury.
Now, I'm looking across the far side. Who can I see? Oh, there it is. The Malak's got it quite comfortably again now. Sturgis is not going to catch him. Is the last lap flag being ready? Is the board being ready? Is anything going to happen? There's a safety car with lights on in the pit lane, but we won't go into safety car in this race now. It's too far gone.
Checkered flag is being prepared.
Yeah, checkered flag.
And it goes to Clive Wood. And it goes to second place, the VW Golf. So a sports car and a saloon car.
780 seconds.
Yeah, super stuff for Clive Wood, BARC
And
council
again,
member.
Sturgis there, again, just a whisker quicker than Wood on that final lap. It's 1:24.708, 7:04 rather, against the 7:28.
I'm with you on this. I think we should have a complete reverse grid for the second grid. That would be fantastic.
Chris Everall brings through the Ginetta. He will take third. And then it should be the Caterham next, and it is. Caterham just down into the dip at the bottom of Woodham Hill. Anthony Bennett. Again, another driver not too far away from here, Salisbury. Just looking, where's Templecombe? Is that round here somewhere? Chris Everett? I would have thought that was sounds sort of South Coastish, doesn't it? But it's
Have to be honest, I don't know.
no, I'm just going to look it up.
Go on then.
Templecombe, it's a village in England. Whereabouts in England is it? Somerset. So Templecombe is in a village in Somerset, England, situated on the A357, 5 miles south of Wincanton, 12 miles east of Yeovil and 30 miles west of Salisbury. So it gives you a rough idea of where it is.
It's reasonably local.
Yeah, it's not a million miles away, is it? Another conundrum solved thanks to Google. Good
What
old
did
Google.
we do?
You fell off your perch again, Alan. I don't know.
It's
yeah,
because I've been making technical adjustments. It's a work in progress, this al fresco commentary box. So I've now got a wireless mouse at my table outside, connected to my laptop inside, so I can look at grids and everything.
The wonders of technology.
I know, it's amazing. That's why you lost me, because I went behind the door.
Yeah, so most of the drivers here reasonably Norwich, I guess, fair way away for Bryn Branson, but he was here really for yesterday's races and just stayed over and done the extras. Dave Griffin from Stamford, I'm guessing that's Stamford up near Oakham in the Midlands. And then Dartford, Borden, I think, is that Kent for Andy Thompson?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
race winner, Clive. That was a lovely drive from you out there. How did you find it from your perspective?
Well, it was a little dry for the wets, but it gave me a bit of an advantage the first couple of laps because the slick guys, they couldn't get their tyres up the temperature. And after a couple of laps, they had quite a big gap, so I could back off a little bit and save the tyres, which I have got to do for the next race by the look of it. No, but it was quite good. It's still a little bit slippery, but it's nearly dry, nearly dry.
And in terms of your car itself, it looks like an absolute dream to drive. Talk us through it a little bit, because it's a remarkable bit of kit.
Yeah, the Clubman's sports car. We've got our own championship that I've won this year, by the way. So you can, and as I'm a director of the BARC, I thought I'd come and do a race with the BARC, and this was slotted in to try and get the numbers up, although we haven't got many here, to try and utilise the track time. But it's a great car. We're about 10 seconds off the pace still, so if it dries up, which I don't think it will now, I thought we might go a bit quicker, but no, it's really good, really good.
Well, great to speak to you, Clive. Best luck for race 2, and we look forward to watching you again.
Great, thank you.
Well, welcome back down to the truck paddock here at Thruxton. We're almost ready to go with race number 2 of the action today. As you can see behind me, furious preparations down in the Mark Taylor garage in particular. We saw that door hanging off earlier on. They've managed to replace it. I'm going to go speak to Mark and find out exactly what's going down ahead of a big race 2 here at Thruxton. Down in the paddock with John Newell ahead of race number 2 today. John, talking of 2, number 2 in race 1, it was a good race for you.
Yeah, very good race. We got away at front, created a big gap, and then it was an easy run to finish then.
You wouldn't have seen any of the carnage that was unfolding behind you, but you made a plan to get away from all that, and it seemed to work really well.
Yeah, I just wanted to back them up on start and then make a run for it at start and get myself a big enough gap and just get to finish.
And obviously yesterday was a bit of a strange day for everyone with what happened in race 1. What do you remember of it? Did you get a good view of what happened?
Well, I was the truck that he hit, what put in the barrier, so I was just a passenger. I didn't know. It just come from nowhere, put me into the barrier. Then I seen Tom fly over the barrier then, and it was just wishing that it's all good and well.
It was such a crazy day in so many ways. Not just what happened there, but then the racing in the dark last night, the craziness today. It just feels like this weekend is going out with a bang. We might not get the fireworks at Brands Hatch next week, but they seem to be here at Thruxton.
Yeah, I think Halloween's playing its part, isn't it?
Well, best of luck for race 2, John. We look forward to watching you.
Thank you very much.
So, Mark, we didn't get a chance to speak to you at the end of the first race day. You were a tad busy with the issue involving your door. Talk us through race 1. It was all happening for you.
Yeah, it didn't go very well. We tried to have a straight race, but unfortunately it never goes how you want to. I had a bit of an incident yesterday, a bit of a nudge with John, and it wedged my door shut, and we had a couple of taps today. Unfortunately it come off, so lucky enough, Ricky's lent us one of his doors.
Yeah, well, we spoke to Ricky earlier. That yellow lorry of his, very, very familiar. And then we look behind you here, and all of a sudden it's welded onto your truck. Talk us through that process.
Well, seeing as Ricky don't need it no more, he might come out with me for day, hasn't he?
And in terms of this next race, of course, you managed to finish the last one, which was important because you're now on pole for race 2 today, which gives you a good chance to get out in front.
Yeah, it does. So hopefully we'll have a better race this time.
And it's all things going down in the garage as well. How well have your team done to get you going out of this race?
Oh God, they're doing all they can now to get going on both lorries. So we'll both be out next one. Well, it's very short.
We can't wait to watch you, mate.
Thanks a lot.
The Dutchman,
as you described, yep.
And Paddy McCumpsky will come across onto the outside of the front row for Division 2. Simon Cole and Luke Garrett. So Garrett's got the advantage here. Garrett second in the championship at the moment on 145 points. That's 10 points adrift of Steve Powell. Steve Powell in the yellow truck will be a row behind him on the near side, so perhaps if you can keep your eyes on it all, then it's the white and green truck of the Garrett setup versus the yellow truck of Steve Powell on the outside.
32nd board being displayed.
Grid is complete, I think.
Yep.
Or as we expected it to be.
And soon to get the green flag pace lap underway. I think the track would have changed in conditions in the last couple of minutes.
I'm sure it would.
Yeah. And the
little group of Orange Army again. They're back down behind the barrier down below us.
Yep, out in the.
They're looking a little bit more wrapped up today. I'm getting a wave from down there, but they're a bit more wrapped up than they were yesterday, I think. So probably expecting it to be a bit colder today than it was yesterday. And the big thanks, of course, as normal, to all of the Orange Army out there, all the marshals, all volunteers. And I'm actually getting a curtsy and a bow and everything else going on down here. I think a curtsy might have been a bit difficult in the waterproof salon, but...
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think we're going to get this pace lap underway any moment now. Final board's going out. The Lennon Pace truck at the front of the field will be given the word. Oh, hang on, I think we might have a start delay.
Yeah, we've got officials walking back onto the
grid,
we have. I think.
So the board that went out was a start delayed board, which would generally indicate one of the trucks has stalled and needs to restart.
I don't know what the problem is. It looks like it's around the Luke Garrett area. Someone walking between the front of Luke Garrett's truck. Who is that? Is that one of the scrutineers? Yeah, it's behind Dave Jenkins. Whoever's behind Dave Jenkins it is. So is that Paddy?
I can't see because the start line gantry box is just in the way, I'm afraid.
No, it's Ryan Smith's truck they might have been looking at. Everybody's walking away, so
left,
I think whatever that little problem was.
And potentially we can get this pace lap underway and not have lost too much time. 32nd board. So there we go. The problem resolved. Maybe just a restart, a reboot required.
That's 30 seconds now. So I don't know what board you were looking at. It was 1 minute, but 5 seconds later the 30 seconds
Oh no,
board,
I know what happens. The 1 minute board and the 32nd board are the same thing. So I see the 30 seconds, but it's showing 1 minute. I understand.
Trucks away.
So, trucks away indeed. The Lenham BTRC pace truck leads the field with Mark Taylor.
I see, so they're being signalling to me down here that there was a problem with the windscreen wipers on one of the trucks. The wipers were down rather than up on the screen or something, so I think I've understood the sign language reasonably well, and that's the message I was getting from my little team of marshals down here. So thank you for
Good
that,
news.
guys.
Yeah.
And that was obviously what the problem is. Flip the wipers back up and we'll get going.
Good intel. So yeah, wipers are most definitely required now. It's not raining as heavily as it was a couple of minutes ago.
I'm just going to say it's not raining at all here, but you know, they might throw things at me from down below.
It's
so.
definitely still raining, but just not as much as it was
Yeah.
about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
You carry on making comments like that, I'm going to shake my hammer back over you at the end of the day.
You won't. I'm going to be out of here on my toes,
You're
mate.
going to be long
Yeah,
gone.
yeah. You won't catch me in that little smart car of yours.
I'll do my best.
Although it is a Brabus, I think.
It is a
Yeah,
Brabus,
so it's
yeah.
got a little bit of poke.
Oh, it has more poke than I can deal with,
Yeah.
that's for sure. Race control told me this morning that there was an oil slick underneath it, and of course, like a fool, I went down and checked and couldn't see any oil, and I went back and checked a half an hour later, and then one of race control came up and said to me, yes, they were winding you up. Oh right, okay. I am very gullible, I'm afraid.
Us commentators believe anything, Howard.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we believe what we're told.
We talk waffle, we believe waffle.
Absolutely right. Pace truck is heading down towards Church, through Church and into Brooklands, Woodham Hill, and then we'll go through the club chicane to pull into pit lane and get race number 2 underway.
Now, Mark Taylor, I would say, sitting there on pole, has probably got a good chance this time because he's had a reasonable weekend. He's got fairly good pace, and dare I say, his pace was probably as good in the wet yesterday than we saw in the dry race earlier on this morning. So I know he had a bit of a moment this morning as well and lost a bit of body work, and that door was his, wasn't it, that came off. So that's what relegated him down the order, hence put him onto pole position for the reverse grid. Lights are out on the pace truck as they come into the club chicane then. The Lenham storage truck from Kent, or from Weyhill, this one, down the road, will pull off the track as they come towards the line then, and at the moment Taylor holds the inside, and the lights have gone out, so I guess we are racing. I didn't even see the lights come on or go out.
We certainly are, and the jump is held by the number 81 machine, so you're quite right. Taylor gets a good start, and you're also right to say he's had jolly good pace in these kind of conditions. They go for the first time down towards the complex. I can't see it. I can just about see the roofs. Maybe you can
Yeah,
see
I'll see
better
what I
than
can see. It's not so easy now with the spray. Oh, Taylor's got a problem. Taylor's got it a bit sideways or something, because I'm sure he went backwards in the order. Let's have a look, see if I can pick, and it looks like the red one, that's going to be Craig Reed then at the front. Driving the, is that Craig Reed? Yes, it is. Craig Reed. Shane Britton into second position. Looking through the glasses doing this one. Then it looks like one of the GT trucks, and I guess that's Martin Gibson because there's no bonnet on it, so it's not Stewart. Then that's probably Mark Taylor next up. Oh, could that be Smithy and then Taylor?
Well, we shall see. It's definitely
yeah.
the red one that leads.
I can tell you, Stuart Oliver is struggling a little bit at the moment. He's down towards the back end of the pack as far as Division 1 is concerned. Powell is still very much on the case for Division 2 as they come back up Woodham Hill this time.
Yep, up Woodham Hill, back to the club chicane, and it is the red machine of Craig Reed that leads.
Yeah, definitely Craig Reed leads them into the chicane here. Shane Britton in second position, then it is Martin Gibson, so a good start again for Gibson in the GT truck. And Taylor up alongside him now, looking to make up for that mistake, but Jenkins is there in fifth with John Newell. Then we get a bit of a gap, and who was that after John Newell? I got a feeling that's the Taylor truck. Well, hang on, that's not right.
Ryan Smith and Gibson were side by side through
it was
Allard.
Smithy, yes, it's Taylor that slipped away, so Smithy now making up the ground.
So Ryan Smith and Gibson side by side through Allard. Let me see if I can stand on tippy toe and see.
I can tell you, Garrett leads Division 2 from Steve Powell. Have you got anyone, Alan? Can you see anything?
So I've got lots of lots of Team Hard pink bobble hats that just obscure the
You can only
complex
wear
for
one
me.
at a time.
There are 4 of them in total, and it's the pom-pom, I'm afraid, that gets in the way of the exit of the complex. But very exciting through Allard with Ryan Smith going side by side with Gibson on that occasion.
Craig Reed has gone. He has gone off into the well, it's not the sunset, is it? It's into the rain clouds, probably down the bottom end of the circuit there.
He's made
He
good
has
the
got
escape,
the jump
hasn't he?
at the moment, yeah, on Gibson for sure.
Certainly has, as he comes through Church up Woodham Hill.
Now then, that's Gibson in second place, just with the single light on, and then I'm guessing that's now still Shane Brereton in third, with Jenkins climbing out. It's Smithy up the inside of Brereton, and Jenkins has gone with him, looks for the gap, pushes Brereton a little bit wide. Jenkins has gone through to fourth, so it is Reedy that will lead and pass Meath with Gibson. Then Ryan Smith, the reigning champion, in fourth place, 69. Next up's Gibson. Then John Newell now starting to have a good look at the back of Shane Brereton, and as they get to you, Newell surely will make the move.
So Ryan Smith and David Jenkins tied together as they head down. The Division 2 battle, as you rightly said, very close indeed, isn't it? As they head through and go down towards the complex. But Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, rivals in this championship for many, many years now, find themselves together on track once again. They're through the complex, heading towards the left-hander at Noble. You might be able to see the tops of the trucks.
Well, I was also watching the Evans-McCumpsky battle. Paddy Mack, not been having the best of weekends, seems to have found a little bit of oomph this time, because they're having a little bit of a race there. Okay, I know they're at the back of the pack, but still enjoying themselves. Down at the bottom end, well, it's a case of there's the pack. Now look and see what you can see through the gloom to pick up the rest, and it looks like Gibson's with Reedy. Gibson has closed the gap on Reed as they come round the bottom end of the circuit. Down there it is. Gibson still second though. Reed still just about holds the advantage. Then it's Ryan Smith in third place. Down through Brooklands they'll come, and up the hill again back towards us. Reedy under some heavy pressure. It's all going to be here, I think, when they get to the club chicane. And Reedy a little bit wide, possibly leaving the door open for Gibson as they climb Woodham Hill. Gibson goes up the inside, looks to take the lead again. Took the victory yesterday afternoon and now leads this one through into the club chicane, and out of the club chicane they come. Reedy a little bit quick, clips probably a little bit too much curve, but then it's Smithy as well now that's made the move, and Jenkins is going to go with Smith surely up the inside, and they're into your sight.
He certainly does, yeah. Smith and Jenkins are both going through, so Craig Reed hung out to dry there and goes down into fourth place around Allard. So it is Ryan Smith up into second place, David Jenkins there in third place, and the both of them very, very close indeed on the run down towards the complex. They are still in that same order as they go through the middle part of the complex, with the new fourth place truck of Craig Reed staying very much in touch with them just in front as they go through the complex and head out towards Noble once again. But these two
Jenkins, Gibson has got away again at the front. He's certainly opened up quite a little advantage at the moment.
And as far as the championship points are concerned, this battle between Ryan Smith and David Jenkins, very important indeed.
Yeah, well, Smithy was third when we started this one on my points tally, so Jenkins probably happy to stay behind Smithy. It's still Stuart Oliver that he's got to worry about, but Stuart's, as I said, still struggling just a little bit in this one. He's a couple of places down on that battle we're talking about. They come through Church again and back up the hill. Let's have a look what's going on time-wise. Jenkins is quickest with a 1:43.789. And we've got 13 minutes left at the moment as they come into the club chicane again. Gibson leads though quite smoothly in here this time, with Ryan Smith in second, Dave Jenkins third, then the early race leader Craig Reed fourth.
See, Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith are both out and out racers, but when you want to win a championship, you've got to drive cleverly and not do more than you need to do.
Watch now, because the number 7 trucker Stuart Oliver still being held up by Shane Britton in the Ollie James truck. He looked to make the move here, but then the Stuart Britton truck made itself very wide indeed, and the gap just diminished.
Yep, and in turn Stuart Oliver needs to be careful, because he's got John Newell's truck right behind him. The lone number 41 Team Hard machine comes through Allard now.
And perhaps I should have shut up early on, because it looks like Paddy Mack's out of it. It slowed drastically this time as he comes down through Church, and I think he'll be visiting Gasoline Alley if it gets that far. I think it's going very, very slow indeed now. Flying Dutchman through.
It's not Gasoline Alley though, is it, John?
No, it's Diesel Alley.
Thank
for
you.
these. Sorry, mate.
Only for the truck races.
Yeah.
And the Flying Dutchman comes through Allard now, and pretty much in isolation on the track as he was in race 1.
Yellow flags are waving at the bottom of Woodham Hill, and that's because of the slow Paddy Mack truck. But Paddy's going to be way out of the way before they even get there, so that could affect the order as they come up the hill. And let's have a look. There's no change, so Gibson leads, Smith second, and Dave Jenks in third. They come through almost as an 18-wheeler though. They come through there together and on their way towards you. Reedy a bit of a lonely 4th place now. Stuart Oliver up to 5th, got past Britton, so watch Oliver now start to make his move. Now John Newell's got to make the move on Britton as well. Mark Taylor though, the pole sitter, now being pushed hard by Lukey Garrett, and Spooky Lukey pulls out to make that move. He leads Division 2, don't forget, but the championship leader is right behind him, so it's first and second in Division 2 in the wrong order as far as the championship's concerned on the track. So Powell leads the championship from Luke Garrett, and it's going to be down to points and fastest laps again for these two. I'll try and work that one out.
Top 3 were in the same order as they went through the complex. David Jenkins right on the tail of Ryan Smith, which pretty much plays into the hands of the race leader, because as long as they're in their battle for second and third, Ryan Smith with Jenkins, then Gibson can keep that little gap between himself and Ryan Smith, who every time as he comes across the line and heads into Allard looks to be carrying a huge amount of pace, and Dave Jenkins just goes with him. It's very impressive lap after lap, and the trucks are always impressive, and it being Thruxton circuit, of course, that's what you would expect on the fastest circuit in the country. The top 3 once again coming up Woodham Hill and back into your side.
They are indeed, and as far as Division 2 is concerned, it'll be exactly as it was when we started, because at the moment it'll be 15 points for Luke Garrett if he can hold that number 1 spot, 14 for Powell, but Powell has got the fastest lap, so they'll both get 15 points, so there'll be no change in the number of championship points separating them. But here comes Smithy now. Smithy looking to make it win number 2. He's up alongside Gibson. He's not quite got the legs. Up towards you they come. It'll all be about the complex, and I think Gibson's got the better run.
He almost got alongside the rear axle, but then had to slot in behind as they went through Allard, so it's still the same order, but Ryan Smith was almost alongside, his front axle almost up to the rear axle of the race leader. They turn through the complex still in the same order, so it's still Gibson from Smith from Jenkins, and they'll turn out of the complex, head down towards the left-hander at Noble.
If you watch Division 2 as well, you can see Luke Garrett's moving around on the track, making that track very wide, and on the truck, making the truck very wide rather, so that Powell can't get the run at him when he needs it.
So 2 battles, 2 races within the one, the overall Division 1 race and the Division 2 race as well. Very, very close indeed. How much longer have we got on the clock, John?
I've forgotten all about that. 8.5 minutes, just under.
8.5 minutes left to go. So we've got a good few laps left for this battle to resolve itself for the top three.
They're in Brooklands and headlights ablaze. They're still all together. They come through Church down to the bottom of Woodham Hill, and they're side by side again, so I can only assume that's Smithy that's trying to make the move on Gibson again as they come up the hill. Has he got the legs? He's up the inside, is Smithy. Can he just edge out Gibson as they come into the club chicane? No is the answer. Gibson plows that truck across, just doesn't leave the gap. Leaves the gap open, but not quite wide enough for Smithy to come through. Smithy's up alongside him again now. Shiny, this is it. They're side by side at the stripe. Over the stripe they go.
Side by side through Allard, and Smith has just got his nose in front, so slots in front of Gibson. David Jenkins decides that discretion is the better part of valour, and he just watched that play out. So we have a new race leader. Four-time champion Ryan Smith it is that leads, Gibson in second and Jenkins in third. They turn through the complex now, still in that order, and that was brave stuff down the inside at Allard with Ryan Smith. Sorry, John.
No, I was just going to say, you've got 5 more in a little battle locked in there. First 3 are all Division 1, and then it's the Division 2 battle at the back, still headed by Luke Garrett.
Side by side through the complex, that battle as well, with Luke Garrett on the inside line for the middle part of the complex. So it'll be all around the outside for Powell if he's going to make the manoeuvre stick. But I think Luke Garrett is holding on to that place, as the race leaders should very soon be negotiating Goodwood and back into your sight. Great battle.
It's opened up a little bit at the front by the looks of things. Smithy's got away, I think, now. As you said, Ryan leading this one for the first time. We saw him take the victory earlier on. Once he's hit the front, he seems to have the power to capitalise on that clear track in front of him. Down through Church then and up through the bottom of the dip. Up the rise they come, and Smithy's, 10 lengths clear, something like that now as they come towards the chicane. Jenkins is the one that's now got to do the work on the truck in front of him, and that is Martin Gibson, and that's not going to be an easy task to pull off. Jenkins tries to cut the chicane just a little bit using the curves, seeing if he can get right on the bumper. He's with him, he's in the slipstream, he pulls out of the slipstream at the stripe, but won't have the legs, dabs on the brakes as they come into it. Out past you.
Yeah, not quite close enough was Jenkins, so had to slot in just behind. We've seen Ryan Smith for the previous 3 or 4 laps getting a little closer to the back of Martin Gibson to set the manoeuvre up, and it was only on the last lap that he was able to execute the manoeuvre. So Jenkins needs to be a little bit closer to second place to take that place away, the second step on our virtual podium. But you're quite right, Ryan Smith has been able to show a clean pair of heels to that battle. They're holding each other up with that battle for second place, and then this battle with Garrett and
Shane Britt driving extremely well. Something started beeping up here in the air traffic control.
Is that your microwave meal?
No, the only thing is I can guess is the helicopter's coming back in, so whether it's some sort of signal, but it's gone off now. I haven't touched it.
No, touched nothing.
And it's gone away, and the helicopter will come in to land on the pad down below us.
In fairly limited visibility, I think it would be fair to say.
Good news is that was quite a quick trip for them, so hopefully they weren't required.
Well, the top 3 heading up Woodham Hill once again. How much have we got on the clock, John?
4 minutes 30.
4 minutes 30.
4.5 minutes, so we're going to get 3 more laps probably at least. As Ryan Smith comes through, Jenkins still unable to make the move, but he'd be happy probably to sit just behind Gibson. Gibson at the moment 135 points, Jenkins 154. So it will play into his hands. However, Stuart Oliver is now got a clear track in front of him.
He has.
Having cleared past Craig Reed, and then this other great battle goes on, still Spooky Lukey. And they're using the curbs and a bit more. Well, it would have been Spooky Lukey yesterday, wouldn't it, really? It's on Halloween.
It certainly would.
But Luke Garrett just hangs on there at the front now, and Steve Powell just can't get on terms, can he?
No, he can't. And they've gone through Allard in that same order with Luke Garrett from Steve Powell, and head up towards the complex, and we can got very easily identifiable colours, haven't they? They've got a bit of a gap before we've got the Ford truck battle in front.
And just to set the cat amongst the pigeons, Ryan Smith has now put in the fastest lap, that last lap through, at 1:42.354, which means that Jenkins no longer has the extra point.
And come the end of the final race this afternoon, points are going to be so critical and important, and it can sometimes come down to just 1 point. We shall wait and see. We've got a little bit more moisture in the air once again, and that's something we haven't had for a little while. There was rain before the race got underway, and then it stopped. We got the race underway. The damage was done.
I get the impression then they come back towards us again. 2 minutes 35 left on the clock. Across the stripe it will be 2 minutes 30 as Ryan Smith brings them through. I got a feeling that Dave Jenks probably will want to stay where he is. He'll know that Oliver's far enough back, and it'll be a couple more points in the bag for him as Oliver comes round the Flying Dutchman. But Jenkins will push hard on Martin Gibson, hoping for a mistake, and that will make it game, set and match really. But he won't want to get in a fight with him. He will not want to have any truck damage or anything like that, so he'll sit there and just wait for a mistake.
And it goes against the grain of the way that Jenks normally drives. He's normally one to go for any opportunity, any open door, he'll go for it. But today, a championship title in 2020 is up for grabs.
Well,
and,
I was down chatting with them this morning, and they were in, I was privy to the middle of their team talk, so I better not say too much, but it's really what they were talking about. They got to do their own thing, concentrate on what they're doing, and stay out of everybody else's way, basically, and that's what Jenks is trying to do at the moment.
That's the way to win titles. Certainly the way to win titles is not to have a DNF. That would be the last thing that you would want on potentially the final race weekend of the year for the British Truck Racing Championship. The top three heading up Woodham Hill once again. They're going to go on to their final lap.
Having said that, we said Jenkins probably just backing it off and just biding his time. He's just put in his personal best last time. Well,
what do we know?
1:42.941. Where's Smithy? Here's Smithy into the chicane, and he will go up and across the stripe with about 50 seconds, something like that, left to run. So it should be checkered flag next time round. There's Jenkins then going to close in again on the back of Martin Gibson. Those trucks are now clear.
Very, very sensible driving from Jenkins this time. Didn't even jink out and have a little look. Just
Oliver fourth now though, so Jenkins can't afford for a mistake.
No, he can't afford a mistake. There's a fair bit of tarmac between them as the 10-time champion comes through, Stuart Oliver.
And here comes the battle, the five-way battle. It's been a great little race here. I know there's three Division 1 trucks with the 2 Division 2 trucks on the back, and that's probably been helping out Luke Garrett just a little bit because he can't make any headway. When he gets the opportunity, he may well be able to get a truck between him and Steve Powell, but it's also been holding Steve up just a little bit as well. So that is playing into Luke's hands, I think, at the moment. As we said, they're equal on points. Well, they're not equal on points. Garrett on 45, 145, and Powell on 155, but they're equal on points in the race. They're both going to get 15 points out of this, and the Flying Dutchman is touring, and looks like he's got a front wheel off. Let's have a look. Or is that just a distortion in the glass? No. The distortion in the glass, but he's coming into he's coming in. It just looked like he was dragging it at about sort of 40 degrees sort of thing, but he's coming into pit lane, I'm sure, very slow indeed, and that's a shame for our Dutch colleague. Here comes Ryan Smith then, he's in the middle. Jenkins is not going to do anything about it. He's going to sit there and take that third place, I'm sure. Second will be Gibson. Checkered flag then. It is Ryan Smith that takes the victory. Gibson second, Jenkins third. And where is Stuart Oliver? Here he comes then. The big Vonnegut truck comes through, and he will take fourth position. Craig Reed hangs on to fifth. Let's watch this battle then up the hill, because the 3 Division 1 trucks have now just broken a little bit of a gap, and Steve Powell's climbing around the outside. He's not surely going to be able to make the move unless Luke makes a mistake now as they come onto the start finish. Oh, he's got it a little sideways, just squirts the back end, tries to get the power around, pulls towards a bit well, and Luke will take it from Steve Powell. Good clean race, I would say, that between those two, pushing each other to the limit, but it'll be Luke Garrett that takes Division 2.
Fabulous battles for both divisions as well. Finally, Ryan Smith able to get in the lead and really pull out a bit of an advantage over the battling Gibson and Jenkins in second and third, but also that battle for Division 2 honours, fantastic, and multiple Division 2 champion Luke Garrett, son of Ross Garrett, many years top exponent of truck racing here in the UK and around Europe as well, and latterly he was a judge of smoke for the British Truck Racing Championship, i.e. he was the one that assessed the amount of smoke that was emitted by the trucks to keep it to within regulations. So Luke Garrett getting the better of that in Division 2. Final few trucks taking the checkered flag now up towards the line and easing well off, and getting a round of applause from the crowd down here. The number 6 machine comes across the line. It's John Powell, and we now are about to go into our second short break of the day, which is a tea break. So it'd be wrong to order a cup of coffee now. It's got to be a cup of tea in the afternoon.
Championship points already sorted as the trucks come back in for Division 1 anyway, because Steve Powell and Luke Garrett, the gap between those two remains the same. However, it is Jenkins still leading the championship on my calculations at 167. Oliver slipped 1 point that time. He was 6 points adrift at the start of the race. He's now 7 points adrift. He's on 160. Equal with Ryan Smith on 160. So Smithy has now put the pressure back on again, having slipped off that top step yesterday when he unfortunately had that accident. Then it's Martin Gibson on 149 and John Powell on 139. As far as Steve Powell will get 15 points. Let's just let me just check that he's still got the faster lap. Yes, he did. He was into the 45s. So he gets the 15 points, gives him 170. Garrett will get 15, gives him 160. So still the 10 points separate those two. Craig Reed never scored. John Powell this time was down in 4th position. He'll get 11 points for that, which gives
Ryan Smith, our winner once again. It's almost, if you can sense, it's nearly the end of the championship. You've come into a different gear today.
I worked for that one, I really did. I was cautious at the beginning to get used to the track conditions, played it nice and just picked my way, touched no trucks, confidently went through them. I really hope that this Brands Hatch, because at Brands Hatch we've had so much unreliability this year, and that's what we can do, what we do every race, but we've had some blips and we've had some mistakes. Fair play to the competition. Martin raced fairly. I've shown him room where we need to show him. It's fantastic. We've really enjoyed that, to be fair.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I actually asked about Martin. He's obviously fairly new to the championship. He gave you an amazing race there. It really kept you honest all the way through.
He did. I had to be careful with Dave behind me. If I attack Martin, so I had to pull a gap. Dave was weak out the chicane. He was at his weakest out the chicane, so I knew I could pull and have a go at Martin. Martin was very cautious down the back, and I just thought if I carry more speed than him and get on the throttle, and he got on throttle a bit early and slipped up the inside, but Dave was the concern then, so I had to pick my spot with Martin, but fair play to Martin.
Yeah, it was an absolutely awesome race. Dave, you're just joining us here alongside, so we'll bring you in if we can get you to put your mask on. What an amazing race that was. You've been near the front of nearly all of them.
Yeah,
talk us through it.
Tough first few corners. Obviously Ryan did a great job to battle his way past Martin. You know, ultimately that led to getting the fastest lap. Those might just be the 2 points he's going to need later on this afternoon. So yeah, that could have just been a championship decider. Let's see. But great racing. I thought Ryan was dead fair with Martin. He was engaged once or twice, and it was only going to end up in a mess. And Ryan had to get out of it. And obviously, I was breathing down his neck. And yeah, it was a good race.
There seems to be an element of sort of 4 or 5 flashpoints almost every race where it seems like it's right on the edge of just descending into madness, and it must be so intense to be a part of that.
Yeah, intense is a good word for it probably today. Yeah, no, it's good, but the pressure will be starting to mount now, ready for this last race. There'll be a pressure point here at some point, that's for sure.
Yeah, right, we'll bring you back in for that last race. Looking forward to it.
For me, I hope it goes to Brands Hatch. You know, for me, three rounds in the championship just don't cut it. Dave's been phenomenal all year. Stuart's been mighty fast, but we need to get Brands to make it a championship for me. So, but we'll keep plodding away, and let's pretend it still is a championship for now, and take it down to the showdown.
Nice words,
mate.
Congrats. Well, back down in the paddock, we're almost ready to get out for race 2 of the open competition here. This is the car belonging to Ian Knight. Absolute beauty it is as well. We're looking forward to watching Ian go. I caught up with another one of the drivers heading out on track ahead of race number 2 this weekend. Looking forward to it. Down in the paddock with Chris ahead of race number 2 in the open today. Chris, talk us through race 1 first of all.
We took a bit of a gamble on tyres. It was drying out, so we went for slicks. It was probably the wrong decision as in the result, but the right decision because I didn't wear out a set of wets. But we're gone. Now we've had a shower of rain, we'll have to go with the wets in the second one.
Yeah, no doubt about this race at least. And how much are you looking forward to getting out there in the wets? It does seem to create a little bit of chaos for everyone here at Thruxton. It's such a quick track.
I love the wet, so it doesn't really worry me. Some people don't like the wet, but I just love it. The car's really good in the wet.
And talk me through the car, because we've been admiring it all day in the paddock. It's an absolute beauty. Tell us a bit more about it.
It's a Ginetta G55 GT4 car. It's about 350 horsepower, something like that. It's about 1,100 kilos. And they just run trouble-free, to be honest. You just got to service what we need servicing on the service intervals, and they just keep going. Like I've just last weekend we were at Silverstone doing the BARC 6 hour. We come back, check the car over, and straight back out again. It just runs like clockwork, the car.
Which really makes things easier for you, I'd imagine. But what's it actually like to drive once you get to start to enjoy it, not just getting out on the track?
It's a sort of car you've got to carry a lot of corner speed. Because of the power of the weight, it's probably less than some of the other cars, but the handling is much better. So you tend to have to carry lots of corner speed with the car and just keep your momentum up, and then it's quick. But it takes a bit of getting used to.
Yeah, I bet it does. Well, Chris, thanks for talking to us, and best of luck in the second race.
No problem, thank you.
All of the officials, all of the marshals that are around the circuit, and most importantly to all of you spectators that are around the Thruxton circuit for supporting us during a very, very difficult year, a difficult weekend as well, but we are getting there, and we're looking forward to a fantastic 2021 season. So from Pat Blakeney and the team here at Thruxton, a big thank you to everybody. Cars go off on their final green flag lap.
Reiterate that more. I think that's a perfect little message from Pat, and quite rightly so. And on this dreary, dismal day, good to see so many spectators out there.
It really is, yeah. And,
I always tend to close on a Sunday night when we're finished, and I always say thanks to the marshals and the medics and everybody else, and the backroom boys, and more importantly the spectators for coming, because without them, Alan, we haven't got a job.
Well, exactly that, and that was maybe my big worry for the BTCC this year when they said all of a sudden that spectators weren't going to be allowed. I thought, well, I haven't got a job, have I? But then I was made aware by Alan Gow from TOCA that I was actually a TOCA official of the meeting, and I had still official jobs to do, like podiums for all of the races. And we attempted at Donington to just have that element of the race commentary, and we all realised that without a race commentary going on, even if you're not listening to what's going on, just something that's going on in the background, a race meeting feels really weird without commentary going on.
It does indeed, and as I said, I was doing a TV commentary the other week, and they plugged us in from Silverstone, and they plugged us into the Silverstone PA because they didn't have any commentators on site, and there was a lot of people there from the competitors. When you start talking about their driver and whatever else, and they're going, where's the commentator? I need to go and give him some notes, or go and tell him X, Y, Z, or something like that. And because I was 40 miles away, 50 miles away, stuck in a TV studio. But interesting technology again, the way things are moving on.
Yes, yeah.
And but as you say, it's not just the spectators. The teams like to listen to the commentary. They listen to the updates. It's amazing how many people come along to me, and I guess you as well afterwards, and say, heard you talking about my little Jimmy or whatever, and whatever, but did you realise it was a a Reliant Robin, not a Mini Cooper or something like that.
Yeah, it's normally somebody correcting us.
It's good to get that information though, and that's when I talked to the guys on the TV show, and it was like, there's no, us not being at the circuit is difficult. We could do the TV commentary from the circuit. It's better to do it from the circuit than it is to do it from the studio, because being live, you can see around you a little bit more, so you know what's going on and you know what you're possibly going to be talking about when the cars come past you. But it's not that, it's the information you get when you wander around the paddock and that sort of stuff at lunchtime and first thing in the morning, and the competitors know who you are and give you little snippets and bits and pieces.
Green flag waved.
Yep, we are about to go racing. Red lights on, red lights off, and it's all yours. Tell us what happens then, Ian.
So I'll tell you what happens. Once again, the Caterham gets a really good start, has got a nose in front and gets in front, going around Allard. So it's side by side with Clive Wood battling out with the Red Ginetta for second place.
Ginetta's got through, actually.
So it got a very good start as well, very quick off the line, so not a rerun of the start that we had before. No, it's the Caterham that leads. So as far as I can see, as they head through the complex, it's the Caterham in front as they turn out and head down towards Noble. We'll confirm that once we see them.
I think that was the case as well, from my viewpoint.
So a very, very good start indeed. You talking about remote commentary, you know?
The GT has gone through already, the Ginetta.
Has it? Okay, so the Red Ginetta that started on the front row of the grid for
and I can
race
tell
1.
you that Sturgis is in front of Woody as well, so the Golf currently in front of the Mallock.
Local man in the Golf TCR, and as they come through Church, about to go up Woodham Hill back into your sights, his headlights ablaze and lap 1 about to be completed.
Oh, there's some smoke. There's some smoke, and that smoke, it's not, and it's coming out the back of the it's coming out the back of the Golf as he goes up to second.
Oh dear, oh dear.
I'm sure that was smoke. It's not that wet. I don't think he was picking up that much. It wasn't coming off of anybody else. Let's just have a little look. It looked clean through here as they go through. So Sturgis now pushing Everall quite hard, and then Woody now closing in on the back of the early race leader, the Caterham, with Popovic, I think, up into 5th position.
So exactly as you said, the Ginetta having a very, very good start and a very good opening lap as well. Leads from the Golf, the local man driving the Golf TCR from Andover, just down the road, Jamie Sturgis in second place. Car looked okay.
Yeah, I'm going to say hopefully I'll stand corrected. Perhaps it was water, but it definitely wasn't really coming off either of the other cars.
We did have a bit of rain in our tea break. So I didn't think it was that much, but potentially it was. We'll keep an eye on it, but at the moment it appears to be going pretty well and keep in touch with the Red Ginetta that leads the race.
Yeah, and that's still the case as they go through Goodwood and down the bottom end into Church they come and turn back towards us now. The Ginetta still leading with the Golf tucked in behind. So let's watch again. This is where it started to happen. Is it just his racing line, I wonder? Well, it looks clean this time, so it must have been water. He was perhaps just offline a little bit. He's closed in. Woody's gone through as well. Clive Wood up into 3rd, so now getting the better of the Caterham, and Wood closing in on the back of the 2 Saloon cars as such. Well, I suppose it's Saloon Car, is it? Or is that a sports, the Ginetta? I don't
Which
know.
one? The Ginetta?
Yeah, would we call that a sports, or we call that Saloons in today's for today's category?
It's a sports car.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
So sports car leads Saloon,
yeah, I think you're right.
Car.
Yeah, it is a sports car.
1:25.927. That's the fastest lap, and that's gone the way of Clive Wood in 3rd. Well, that was fairly obvious. We saw him close that gap down quite drastically that time.
They head out of the complex to the top 3. They turn out of Seagrave and head up towards Noble. It's the left-hander that heads onto the very, very quick back part of the circuit.
Oh no, it's not. Couldn't see the Red Ginetta. It's a lower car, and it's, I'm going to say, he's Sturgis leading. One car, so he's Wood. Wood's right behind I just caught him at the end of the runway there, so he's right behind the white Sturgis car and looking to make the move as they come down into Church.
That was the problem I had going through the complex on the opening lap. Couldn't see the Ginetta.
No.
Stand on tiptoes, and I can.
Here they come. Ginetta leads then.
It's a low little sports car,
Clive Wood up to 2nd. Can Sturgis stay with him is the big answer, I guess, the big question.
Hugely experienced driver is Clive Wood, and very much part of the BARC that run this meeting and are based here at Thruxton Circuit. The Ginetta turned through, Clive Wood in second, the VW Golf in third place, Sturgis in third place. Then a big gap before we've got the Caterham leading the second of our Ginettas. The very nice livery on Dylan Popovich's car, the Ginetta G50, that one.
Griffin and Branson also having their own little private battle, and Griffin getting the better of Branson at the moment for the first time this weekend, I think.
Yeah, the BMW battle, that, isn't it? Raging away as they turn out of Allard and go down towards the complex. Race leaders are going to be back heading into your site any moment now, about to complete another lap.
And that will be lap number 4. Where are they? Can't see them. They've disappeared down
Second
the,
local driver has just been through, Ian Knight. I can't see them
the
either.
Ginettas at the front, Clive Wood still in second. Nice looking car, that Clive Wood's as well. Pretty tidy looking car.
Beautiful, isn't it?
He's going to make the move, surely. And he pulls out of the slipstream now. He's going to do it up Woodham Hill. Is he? No, he's not. The Ginetta's wise to that. Closes the door on him. Into the club chicane they come. And Wood going round the outside. That's going to be the long way round, though. He's not going to make the move. Excuse me, I've got hiccups in the middle of the exciting bit of the race. And across the line they go. The Ginetta goes through with Wood still there in second place. 0.404 of a second. Then Sturgis goes through, another 2.97 seconds down. Good to see Popovich this time. He is there, and whatever the problem was with that other Ginetta earlier on, when he DNF'd on lap 1, I think it was, certainly got it sorted this time.
It's on song now, isn't it? But
yeah.
Taking a slightly different line through Allard.
Branson's got the better of Griffin as well.
Right, so we wait for them to come into view. Up towards Allard they come. Windscreen wipers on for the 26 car of Branson, and both of them taking absolutely the perfect line, just kissing the curve on the inside of Allard corner, heading back towards the complex once again. The wind is getting up as well. It being an airfield here at Thruxton, it is known to be pretty gusty when the wind starts to blow. It's pretty significant here at Thruxton, particularly on the back of the circuit as well, when you're attaining pretty impressive speeds.
And Clive Wood's gone to the front now. He's made the move down at that far end of the circuit. Clive Wood brings him up into the club chicane. If it comes in a little quick, just backs it off a little bit. The Ginetta closes the gap again. Not going to be close enough to make the move though. Woody will have the more power and be able to just open up that gap when he feels like it. Across the stripe they go to complete lap number 5.
Just looks so nimble and neat, doesn't it, the man at Mark 23 with Clive Wood at the wheel. It just looks very pretty, neat, and very nicely prepared and presented as well, Clive Wood's car, as you would expect, I think. Into the complex they go. The
12 minutes still left.
Second, I really love the livery on that Ginetta G50, you know, the number 9 car, Dylan Popovich.
Just watching the two Beamers come through underneath me again. Advantage now very firmly with Bryn Branson, and what is it, 1.5 seconds the difference between those two.
Yep.
Time to look for Woody again. Where is he? Maybe down the far end side. Oh no,
Yep.
he's not.
I can.
He's further round than I thought. Yeah. Knight coming through. Clive Wood. Drive earlier on, and it looks like he's in tomorrow again this time, as you say. It's his way around Thruxton.
Be up with the traffic soon as well, the first of which, Ian Knight, local driver, number 666, is within the sights of Clive Wood as he goes through Allard, the Ginetta keeping in touch with him in second place, then Sturgis in third. So the top three pretty much in a class of their own at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, well, Bennett meaning still able to hang on to the other Ginetta in the Caterham, so just again waiting perhaps for the little bit of a mistake. I don't think quite got the power perhaps to get by under normal race conditions, but slightest mistake and I'll have that gap.
Orange, very much the colour of Ginetta as a car manufacturer, a British car manufacturer based up around the Leeds area, and that car, that number 9 car, is presented pretty much in corporate Ginetta colours. Looks absolutely fantastic. Here come the BMWs. Windscreen wipers going on the 34 car of
Well,
David
we've not
Griffin.
got any rain here, so whether it's raining down the bottom end
Spots and spots I've got.
yeah, I think we might have just have a couple of spots now.
It's not too much at the moment, but certainly it's swirling around in the air. Normally I wouldn't know that, being in the commentary box, but being out in it, I'm more and more aware of it. So just a few little spits and spots, not really enough to particularly change the condition of the track. Here comes Clive Wood again, across the line, breaks the beam, heads into Allard. You can see the spray still being kicked up from behind the Ginetta in second place, heading down towards the complex. Then third place, Jamie Sturgis in the TCR VW Golf.
And not having the race he had earlier on, is he? It's time for him to start closing that gap down a bit now, and maybe not just got the power. Caterham has a look at the Ginetta and comes up alongside underneath the start lights. They go, and I think the Caterham's got the better of
Caterham's got
Dylan.
it.
Yeah.
Allard just got underneath, as you rightly said, underneath the starting gantry and slipped through underneath the G50. So, yep, a place made up by the Caterham. They've peeled off. We've got a trio of battles, if you like, haven't we? Because here's the third of them with the two BMWs.
Yeah, well, they're the two classic cars from yesterday. So they're in their own little battle.
E36 BMW M3 is a classic as well, isn't it?
Clive Wood. So now as he comes through the club chicane, number 50 car, over the stripe he goes.
Yeah, it's raining a bit heavier now.
Then the 69 car, well, but yeah, wipers are definitely on
Yeah.
Sturgis's car. We've got a little bit more on the windows here now as well, so...
Yeah. And that was much more cautious that time for the Ginetta in second place. So, Chris Everett.
The front roof next to me is almost dry, where the wind's blowing the water, I guess, off of the roof. It's almost dry, and then the rain comes back and it fills up again. Most of the cars got wipers on, or those that have got wipers have got wipers on coming through down here.
Notice the Everall Ginetta did not have wipers on. Certainly the Caterham will know what the weather condition is doing, as Andy Thompson, I beg your pardon, Anthony Bennett comes through. And
we'll be seeing it on his visor, won't he?
certainly will.
Is this rain or is it mental rain? Because when you get it straight on a visor, like on them race motorcycles, it's like you can see much more rain on your visor that's really probably coming down, because your visor tends to collect it. So it makes you feel like it's possibly wetter than what it really is on the ground. And a bit of mental rain to start with until it gets properly wet.
Rain that spooks, I think,
Yes.
is what drivers say.
Yeah.
It's, it is
I guess it's the
just
same in a race car. You get it on the screen. You know, how wet is it on the track? That's the problem.
Can just see a bit more spray being kicked up by the cars as they come through Allard now. So it's got a bit damper out there as the race has gone on.
Clive Wood still on the gas, 124.105 that last lap, and his best lap so far is a 124.102, so not far away still. He's pushing on. Everyone seems to have backed it off a little bit that lap, and again, best lap of the race for Sturgis, so he's obviously a bit of a rain man. See rain on my screen, put my foot down harder.
Anthony Bennett comes through in the Caterham, driver from Salisbury, and then it's a local battle, isn't it, with the little Golf 666 of Ian Knight as trucks start to appear down here in the assembly area.
The M-Series BMWs, they've been split now, and Clive Wood is up behind the Diet Coke Griffin car. And with that, he goes past along the main start-finish straight. So certainly he is not back. In fact, he's not backed off. He's just set the fastest lap of the race, 1:23.620.
Looked really quick as well, John, coming through Allard. Just a little bit of a twitch on the greasy surface coming through Allard. That did look quick indeed for Clive Wood.
I was just going to say Everall's backed off, but he's not. It looked like he had, but he's just put in a 1:26.397, which is about a second quicker than his previous lap. But the gap is coming down between Everall and Sturgis, of course, as well.
What have we got left on the clock?
5 minutes.
Okay, so
we've got time for another 2-3 laps.
Into the final segment of the race then, with just 5 minutes of the race remaining. Caterham and Genetic pairing come through. Is it 10 laps on the book?
Yeah, yes. 9 comes through, 10 laps completed. Soon to be 11 because Clive's got the car already into the middle of the club chicane.
Going to be coming up to the back of the 666 Golf very soon again. Up towards Allard goes Clive Wood. Every lap the car just looks very, very smooth through Allard.
Now then, a little bit of dampness. Sturgis is getting that Golf going again, and if anything, it's closing down a little bit on the back of Everall. So are we going to get a last lap dash again, or a last couple of laps like we did in the earlier race? We saw in the earlier race it was with Clive Wood, but this time it's going to be with the Ginetta.
It's a great looking Golf, isn't it, that Golf TCR?
It is, as you say, it's one of the TCR cars. Unfortunately, a series that never really came to its fruition.
It was an interesting thought to bring a saloon series, which elsewhere in the world is very successful, in countries that don't already have a very successful touring car series. And the BTCC in the UK has been, for many, many years, huge. So whether two top-line touring cars championships could coexist in the same country, I always thought was slightly questionable, but
Clive Wood through then this time. This will be lap 12 with 2 minutes 56 on the clock.
up towards the line and into Allard goes Clive Wood.
It's one of the BMWs in the way of the Ginetta. I thought Sturgis had caught him and passed him out of our sight. But, oh no, stay where you are and let them come by you. That's it.
Yep. Ginetta is past the 26. Sturgis yet to make that manoeuvre, and probably will do so by the time they get to the complex. 3 trucks have appeared down here in the assembly area now.
Final truck race of our weekend.
Those battling Division 2 trucks, Luke Garrett and Steve Powell, are side by side in assembly. They were side by side for most of the race, really, weren't they?
They were. And could be the final race of the year for trucks.
Could well be.
See, the Caterham and the Ginetta, Dylan pushing again on the rear end of the Caterham, and the Caterham just got the edge since he made that move 3-4 laps ago.
Yep. Caterham and Ginetta battle.
Clive Wood, here he comes, 1:38 on the clock. Come on, Clive, pedal, because we're going to get another 2 laps out of this. That's it, we are indeed. So there's 1:28 left on the clock, and he's lapping in 1:23s, 1:24s. So
just squeeze
should be
out.
about 4 seconds left. So when he comes through this time, Sturgis closer now to the Ginetta of Everall as they come through the club chicane. That gap is down, and let's have a look. What's the official verdict at the strike point? 9.63 of a second.
Yep, and using a bit of curve that time, the Golf, as it came through Allard corner. Then the 26 BMW of Branson. The 34 Griffin BMW goes past the Ian Knight Golf. And will Clive Wood put in a quick lap and get one more lap at the end of this one, or have one of those slightly more relaxed laps around Thruxton?
Knowing Clive,
He'll be pressing on, and we've now got the
Dylan Popovich again, very close to the back end of the Caterham. Not close enough quite to make the move though as they go past you.
Yeah, they come through Allard now, much closer.
Here he is. Here's our race leader. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, over the line, 1, 0.
So he does get another lap, and through Allard up towards the complex he goes. He'll be catching up to the back of the little Janetta.
Sturgis pushing on now in the VW, using the curves inside and out as they come through the club chicane. Looked very sharp as he came back onto the start-finish straight. A little dab of the brakes there, just perhaps getting the car a little squirrely on the damp track. Cost him a couple of tenths of a second there, possibly, as they go down past you.
Still look sharp as they came through Allard. They're up towards the complex now. Might be able to just catch the roof of the car. Still in the same order. Janetta leads Golf.
Yeah, we've got a change here as well, because there's a problem for Bryn Branson. Bryn Branson has slowed drastically on that lap, and Griffin has gone by in the Diet Coke car. So Dave Griffin now, Bryn Branson going to nurse it home to the finish by the looks of it.
Sounds horrible. The 26 BMW sounds very flat indeed, and you're quite right. He will nurse the car home for the final lap, but yeah, that BMW has been brilliant this weekend, but not quite so brilliant now.
Okay, checkered flag time this time then. Here comes Clive Wood, and it's going to be 15 laps at the showing of the flag. Flag is out, and there he goes over the line.
So a double win for Clive Wood, and he'll wave to the marshals and wave to the crowd as well. They wave back, and 100% record for Clive Wood today.
Yeah, everyone's just going to hang on, I think. Sturgis still climbing over the back of him, similar to last time. Pulls it up to the inside, not going to be quite close enough. Everall will get the better run down and through round the outer line of Allard. Sturgis goes third. Now, Caterham should be next. We're looking for. Oh, here they come. Oh, is it? No, that's not. There goes Griffin across the line. Oh, there's the battle we're waiting for, right down to the bottom end of the circuit, coming back through Church now. Oh, that's a shame. Bryn's taking it into pit lane. He's not quite going to complete the lap. And we've got a Caterham stopped. The Caterham has stopped in the middle of the track, can you believe?
Wow.
Or is he spinning it? I can't see. Let me get the glasses. Has he spun it on the grass there? I'm not sure what's happening there. It just stopped. Oh, no, hang on. It's done a Caterhamism, it's dumped its mudguard. I wonder if they got a little confused because Clive Wood has come past them. They weren't that close last time because Woody was on his own, wasn't he, I think?
He was.
But they're now behind Clive Wood, so they will no doubt bring it into pit lane. Have done, and we've got a puncher. That's what the problem is. Certainly the Caterham's in with a puncher. That's why the rear mudguard has come off as well. I saw a puff of, well, what I thought was smoke, and I wasn't going to say anything because when I said it just now, it was obviously dampness, but this time it was smoke. It was obviously the tyre letting go.
Tyres, goodness. And where did it let go?
Let go just coming through Church, so
wow.
Somewhere there. So
goodness.
A lucky man, really.
huge stresses on the tyres at Thruxton, particularly in the height of summer, at the kind of speeds that they...
So Clive Wood takes the victory by 20.9 seconds from Chris Everall.
And has just pulled into the paddock area with 2 races complete, 2 race wins, and a good job done today.
Indeed it is. Sturgis, Popovic, Bennett, Griffin, Branson and Knight. So they've been reversed, Popovic and Bennett, and rightly so, because Bennett did come in behind Popovic, although they didn't actually take the flag, so I would say that was fair. As the rest of the cars come in, then we get ourselves ready for the final race.
We're down in Parc Fermé with Clive, our winner here today. Second time, Clive. How was race 2 compared to race 1?
It was well, in some ways a bit easier because it was wet all the way round, which meant that you could the settings for the wet was better. But I made a bad start, and I think 3 got in front of me, and I got past a couple of them. Then behind the Ginetta, was throwing so much rubbish up at me from where the trucks had been. I thought I'd got to get by him. I couldn't see through the visor, so I went round the inside into church. So then I didn't see anybody after that. I just kept going, but it's really grippy. I'm doing the same times I did in the dry session, the dry race earlier. So it's really good, really good.
Of course, you have that big disadvantage, don't you, not having windscreen wipers in front of your car compared to the rest of these.
No, and we're not used to racing against the amount that the Ginetta throws up because of it's a bigger car. And being behind it, the disturbance on the aerodynamics was considerable, so I had to get by. I didn't want to stay there for about 10 laps, 12 laps.
No, absolutely not. How much have you enjoyed today overall?
It's been really good, yeah, really good. It's great to be at Thruxton, one of the best circuits, well, in the world, let alone in the country. You're flat out all the way round, which is just mind-blowing, really. It's just, even in the wet, it's just phenomenal.
Well, we've really enjoyed watching your race, Clive. Enjoy the break.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Big rigs are just getting assembled behind us. It is almost time to go for our final race of the weekend, not just of the trucks but of all the races as well here at Thruxton. It's been wet and wild, but we hope at the end it's going to be an absolutely wonderful conclusion to an incredible weekend. We can't wait to watch them go. I caught up with some of the drivers in the key positions coming into our final race. Luke, it's been a bit of a wet and wild weekend to say the least for numerous reasons. How do you look back on it ahead of the final race?
I've actually enjoyed it, to be fair. I think when we spoke beginning of the weekend, I said that I enjoy the wet races. So yeah, I mean, obviously from the footage, and it's quite a level playing field with even between Division 1s and Division 2s. So in the last race, me and Steve were pushing the Division 1s, which is obviously great for us because we're on a lot smaller budget. So it's great to be up with the bigger trucks.
And you're also pushing each other all the way as well. It was a great battle in that last race in particular.
Yeah, unfortunately, the race before, Steve's very great racecraft, and obviously he dummied me into the corner. And once you're alongside, you can't shut the door. So for the last race, I made sure I kept it nice and tight and nice and clean, and he couldn't get past me. So that was great.
With Stuart and mine ahead of our final race today. Stuart, we'll start with you. It's been such a frenetic weekend. It's been wet and very wild for a lot of it for so many different reasons. What can we expect from the pair of you, I guess, heading into the final race?
Yeah. Well, firstly, I'll compliment you on the slogan of wet and wild, because that it has certainly been. But no, we just take it as it comes. The reverse grid certainly throws up lots of excitement, and unknown, I think, is probably the key word of what a reverse grid is. So we're further forward than the guys that have been doing well or slightly better than us, should I say, this weekend. So looking forward to it, see what we can do.
And Martin, you were involved in a heck of a race at the front last time out against Dave and Ryan. Talk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, it was difficult, to be honest. Obviously struggling for grip and struggling for traction, but it was just, the plan was just to stay with them basically and not do anything stupid, which thankfully I didn't.
And what are your thoughts heading into the final race?
Sorry?
What are your thoughts heading into the final race?
Survival again.
1 and 2. We're not bothered which order, just first and second will be fine.
And Stuart, a question for you regarding the championship as well. We're not sure at the moment as it stands what's going to happen relating to next week, whether this will be the last race of the season, never mind the event. Do you have any thoughts whatsoever on that championship, or is it that same mantra you told me before?
Yeah, the championship just is what it is. Race by race is, the points make prizes, and whoever has the most is the winner. That's the top of it. But obviously it'd be great to be there, but it's not looking good unless we go next weekend. So fingers crossed that Boris lets us go and play next weekend.
Well, we wish that as well, of course. Best luck, gents.
Thank you. Thank you.
Funeral is this week, so they've got to go back to Holland for that. He said, but I think that's it. We'll take the truck back and everything, and we won't be doing brands anyway. So,
well, that's a sad story, isn't it?
They do have a little remembrance plaque on the truck, so this race will be, I'm sure, in his memory.
So that's the 1 minute board being given out now.
Is it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I know, because it said 30. Looking way. So I've got this worked out now.
That's 30 seconds. Yeah. I can see the board now.
Okay, very good. So this the countdown for the final pace lap. I'm pleased to say that those spots of rain that we had a couple of moments ago have now ceased. So the pace truck leads the field off, and Mark Taylor with a...
Must have warmed up out there as well, because my two lady marshals down here have now got jackets open, hoods off, like they're in full summer mode.
That is brave.
You know, they're ready for the sun to shine.
So behind the Lennon pace truck, they head off with the horn blowing on the pace truck, heading up towards the complex. Campbell, Cobb, Seagrave. Very much a land speed record feel of the complex, and then continuing the theme down towards the left-hander at Noble. fantastic circuit, Thruxton. Just a wonderful, wonderful driver's challenge in whatever you choose to compete with here at Thruxton, be it a car, be it a truck, or be it potentially a motorcycle. For any driver or rider is almost in the UK the ultimate challenge.
Not only is it the quickest, it's probably one of the most abrasive as well, Alan.
It is, yeah, difficult for tyres.
Demand on tyres, yeah.
It does, yeah, huge forces at work. Not necessarily so much on a day like today when the circuit is a little wetter, but certainly when the temperatures are high in the height of summer, yeah, it can be pretty demanding on Thruxton with the physics of adhesion to the tarmac. So waiting for the high, tall Lennon Pace truck to come into view. It does so now. Down towards the very, very quick part of the circuit once we get racing underway.
Have we ever had a Formula 1 cars around here, like proper Formula 1 car? When I say proper, he's going to shoot me for that. I know Bill would have no doubt driven one of the classic ones around here, but have we had a current side of Formula 1?
For the 25th anniversary, the Silver Jubilee meeting here, Damon Hill came down with the Rothmans Williams team and brought the current F1 car, and the idea was going to be for a few laps. There were technical problems with the car that prevented it from firing up initially, and a rerun was designed, but it was wonderful. And yes, Damon drove an in-period Williams F1 car around the Thruxton circuit.
What sort of lap time do we know?
I don't remember.
Was he pushing on? Or
it didn't take long to come back and be interviewed, though.
No. Okay, here we go then. They come into the club chicane, hopefully for the last time of asking this weekend. As far as the start laps are concerned, the Pace truck pulls off. Jono takes that into pit lane. We watch the lights are on. They come towards us. It's Taylor on the front. Then it's John Newell. The lights go out. We are racing for the final time in the British Truck Racing Championship here at Thruxton.
Taylor's got the jump, so Taylor in front, and then it's Brereton that's, I think, going to get a nose in front by the time they go around to Allard. But keep an eye on Stuart Oliver as well. He needs for the championship to have made a very good start, and he was able to effect that as well. So Stuart Oliver getting off the line very nicely indeed, but it's Taylor that leads as they go through the complex for the first time. Are you going to do mathematics?
Yeah,
as we go?
I'll try and do it. Yeah, but Jenks needs to stay in front of Oliver, really, doesn't he? 7 points difference at the minute. Smithy's his problem, because Smithy we've seen take 2 victories today. If he gets away at the front and Jenks can't stay with him, then that's when it's all going to get a bit complicated.
So our very own Carol Vorderman will work out the scores as the race goes on.
Consonant, would you like? Or vowel?
So they come into view now, having negotiated Goodwood down towards Village.
And I think that's Taylor at the front still.
Through Church, yep, it is Taylor. And
I'm guessing John Newell tucked in second.
I think it was Brereton that got the jump at the start, but we'll see when they get down to you.
Yeah. You might be right, but then that looks like Martin Gibson up there as well. Let's have a little look. Let's wait and see. Let's not surmise. It's definitely Taylor. Oliver up to second. He means business this time. Stuart Oliver then in the Kelso truck. He's up to second place and pushing hard already on Mark Taylor. It is Burton in third position. Then it's Jenkins in fourth. Mudguard flapping behind him. It's John Newell. Oh, the Taylor's truck. That's Smithy. The driver's doors open as he goes through. Then the 77 of Martin Gibson. Then it's Reedy. Then it's Powell in front of Garrett. So that is Division 2 as they are in the championship order.
Yeah, and John Newell right on the back of Jenks as they came through that time.
Watch Ryan Smith though, door open.
So I didn't see that bit. It was hello Steve Horn. Nice to see Steve Horn down on the balcony as well as we look into the distance. Yeah, they've turned out of the complex, accelerate down towards Noble once again. But it was just significant, I think, to see the pace that Stuart Oliver...
He's got it. Oliver leads, I think.
He's lost none of it, has he? 10-time British champion. He can turn it on, can't he, when needs be.
15 points for the win, plus the one for the fastest lap, and Oliver will have that in the bag at the end of this one.
Waiting for them to come back into view through Village and down towards Church. Well, it's a 1, 2, 3, so 6 truck train, isn't it, at the front of the field?
Final truck race of the year, possibly final truck race of the weekend. It's no holds barred as normal, I think, with these guys. Here they come. Oh, look at this. They're 3 abreast as they come up the hill into Woodhams, using the tarmac and almost a bit more. Keep it on off the grass, because they're not going to get any grip at all. Oliver leads then. It's still Taylor from Britain. And Smithy climbing all over the back of the 69 truck of Dave Jenkins. Jenkins still there in 4th. Smithy's trying to get through, can't quite make it. Gibbo's not got the room. He has to come across the inside of the chicane just to give himself room. Otherwise, it would have been a little tap into the back of Smith. But Powell still leading Garrett as well.
It's coming off the back of Jenks' truck this time as it went around Allard. We've got the left rear mudguard, which is flapping up and down with Ryan Smith tied to the back of him coming through Allard. And I just saw something fly off from the back of David Jenkins' truck. We'll keep an eye on whether it's a superfluous piece of bodywork which came off the truck, but very, very close they were.
Yeah, let's do without any bumping and boring. We don't want any stewards' inquiries and meetings, do we? We want a straight fight to the finish.
Stuart Oliver has been very impressive, hasn't he, at the front of the field? And you don't win 10 championships in the British Truck Racing Championship without being an incredibly impressive driver. Stuart Oliver.
7 points between Jenkins and Oliver, and at the moment it would be a difference of 5 points. The difference of 5 that Jenkins Oliver's collected, so it's a difference of 2 points at the moment, although Gibson has now put the fastest lap in, can you believe? So that helps out Jenkins, means Oliver goes back to 15 points, not 16, with that extra point. But the gap is opening at the front. It was a 1 second basically last time when they went across the stripe. That's more than a second now. Still Taylor, I'm assuming that's Taylor and not the Smithy that's got through. Doesn't look to be a problem for the 69 truck, Dave Jenkins. He's running in
good
3rd position now. Smithy's still climbing over the back of him, really in 4th place, the other Taylor's truck. Oh, and Smithy goes up the pit wall tight, and that has caught Dave Jenkins napping. And remember, Smithy on 160 as well, so 7 points difference between Smith and Jenkins at the start of this one.
Yeah, so Smithy takes the place. Ryan Smith ahead of David Jenkins now in that battle for what is now 3rd place. So Ryan Smith in 3rd place. He's got more work to do with Mark Taylor just in front. And with the gap that Stuart Oliver has at the front of the field, it reminds me of the dominant years when Stuart Oliver, race after race, would scamper away into the distance during his dominant period in the championship. Rather mindful of that in this final race today here at Thruxton, with Stuart Oliver leading, Taylor in 2nd, Ryan Smith now in 3rd, David Jenkins in 4th place. How is this championship battle going to play out as the race goes on? Waiting for them to come back into view. They
fastest lap with Ollie.
Thought it might be, because you could see the gap that he's got over the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place through Village down towards Church, and Stuart Oliver is really able to show at the moment a clean pair of heels, isn't he?
Yeah, and they're getting even cleaner, to be honest, because that gap looks to be opening. It's still that Martin Gibson now gone up to 2nd. Let's just check. It's a black truck, so yes, I'm guessing. No, it's not. It's Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith has made his way through. It's Smithy then that looking a bit more like a black truck, the front end of it with no bumper and things on it, but Smithy now up into 2nd, so we've got the 2 protagonists, 1st and 2nd on the track. Then we've got Taylor Brereton, John Newell now in front of the 69 truck of Dave Jenkins, and Jenkins clips the grass, gets the back end, stepping out of line as he goes through there, and it's a good run as well. I'm not sure who that is. Is that in the other black truck? That must be Gibson, surely.
Jenkins' truck is not right, is it? It's not right. And Dave Jenkins, final race of the year, going rather backwards, and Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith going very much forwards. And you're right, the front of Ryan Smith's truck now does look very much like a black machine, certainly in the diminishing light.
A 148 that time for Jenkins against the 144.27 for Oliver. Oliver's got 16 points in the bag now then. Jenkins is in 6th position. He would pick up 10 points for that. At 16, we're 1 point adrift. Jenkins by 1 point at the moment.
Is it? He's just got to hang on, hasn't he? Because clearly the truck is not according to plan. And we did say that come the end of the final race, 1 point could be all that matters.
Yeah, if Smithy can get in front of Oliver, then obviously at the moment Oliver's got the fastest lap. That would play into Jenkins' hand, give him a 2-point advantage.
It's got to be one of the rare occasions that David Jenkins is cheering for Ryan Smith. So Stuart Oliver continues to lead. They're coming up.
Of course, they're all unofficial, these points that I'm coming with, because I can't add up.
Yeah, I can't pretend that my O-level maths result was particularly good, so I'm grateful that you can do a bit of calculation for me.
There'll be a big smile on the face of Oliver. He's come through again. Now I'm just looking down at the battles behind.
What's the gap between the top two?
Jenkins still struggling just a little bit. He's got Gibson behind him. Steve Powell now trying to get past Reedy. The gap between the first two, 2.54 seconds.
So 2.5 at the end of that.
Fastest lap's gone the way of Smithy. That's taken a point away from Oliver.
And no doubt Stuart Oliver is going to do his level best to respond to that. So yeah, 2.5. 5 laps are in the book, halfway through the race nearly. So Stuart Oliver leads from Ryan Smith, Mark Taylor, Brereton, Newell and Jenkins the order.
A lot of racing to come.
Division 2, who've been so exciting.
Yeah, Powell from Garrett, they're running together on the track. Then it's John Powell in 3rd. Then it'll be Cole, and Bridget the Flying Dutchman, who should be just going past you.
It's just started to rain again, spits and spots of rain. So the second half of this race may potentially have an intervention from the weather. Just spits and spots of rain at the moment.
My 2 rain detectors down here haven't put their hoods up yet, so it's fine at the minute.
My gap detector suggests that Ryan Smith is much closer to Stuart Oliver this time.
I wouldn't say he's definitely closer. He is closer by a long chalk, and Smithy is coming big time. As I said, he put the fastest lap up last time through with a 141, the only one into the 41s, and that is a big difference because the nearest him is a 143.6, and that is Oliver, and Smith is using the road a bit more. As that door still flailing in the breeze, it's not going to really affect him. Across the stripe now, 1.45 seconds the difference. Now what's going on further down? Jenkins trying to get the better of Gibbo, but Gibbo won't give up that easy. And here comes, Steve Powell looked like he's going to make the move, but Luke Garrett looks up the inside again. Garrett can't quite get the power down hard enough as they come into Allard, so they go through their line of stern.
And we wait for the leaders to come back into view, having gone through Noble down towards Goodwood Village and Church, to see what that gap is between Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith. Between the two of them, they've won this championship 14 times. 4 times consecutively for Ryan Smith, and the reigning champion, the 2019 champion, is Ryan Smith, and Stuart Oliver, 10-time champion. He was dominating this championship around about the same time that Michael Schumacher was collecting championship titles in Formula One.
Well, good little battle going on further down as well. John Powell, Simon Cole and Willem Brejek, they are locked together really in a little 3-way dice as well. They're way down the bottom. Well, the last 3 running trucks, but they're having a great little afternoon.
Closer comes Ryan Smith. Up Woodham Hill they'll go, and Stuart Oliver needs to keep this very neat and tidy to keep Ryan Smith behind.
Yeah, and Ryan Smith, I'm Countback has got more wins than Oliver, but we'll wait and see. Let's see if we can sort it out good and proper. As you say, they go through there. It was 1.45 seconds. It's nothing like that now. It's probably not a second. Mark Taylor, a lonely 3rd place at the moment. Over the stripe they go, 0.65. Then it's Brian. Then it's Gibson. Then it's Jenkins. Then it's John Newell pushing him out. John Newell's got it sideways. Almost loses it as he comes onto the start-finish straight. But luckily the back end comes back round into line. Steve Powell again tries to make that move. on Craig Reed, but he can't quite get there.
So I just realised that I was holding my breath as they came through, because Jenkins looked as if he was going to have a little look there as he went through Allard, but discretion the better part of valour. And you're right, at the front of the field, the gap down to almost nothing between Stuart Oliver leading the field around in this second half of the race from Ryan Smith. Bits hanging off both of their trucks, the result of a weekend of battling away in the British Truck Racing Championship. It's pretty normal. They'll normally look a bit second hand at the end of a race weekend. They're side by side.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's making the move.
So as they go down towards Church, they're going to be side by side.
Craig Evans comes into the club chicane. They're going to be with him in probably a lap's time.
Smithy leads, yeah, so he's got the lead.
Yeah, Smithy back into the number 1 spot. He's got the fastest lap under his belt as well, so he's on a 16-pointer at the moment. That would put Stuart Oliver down into 3rd in the championship. So the second place battle is really about these two at the front. They're equal on points when they started this race, and now it's advantage 1 point to the man at the front, the number 1 plate, for the second place in the title at the minute. The title is still, let me just work that out, so that's where is Jenkins, down in 6th place. Jenkins will pick up 10 points for that. So it's just enough at the moment for Jenkins to secure the championship, I think.
John Newell getting a bit tasty going through Allard with Sean Brereton, and then the battle for Division 2 continues to rage as they head up towards the complex, but fascinating.
Got Simon Powell coming through here, just hanging on to the steering wheel and hoping it comes out the corner, I think, and it did.
well, that's a result.
Yeah, Simon Cole then takes that truck through. Still John Powell behind him now, and then William Bridget.
With enthusiastic Team Hard support going on down here. Yeah, Team Hard members with the pink bobber hats.
Team Hard, they've got a car or something in everything, don't they?
Huge.
So, yeah.
And Tony Gillam for many years has supported breast cancer charities, and that's the reason for the pink colour. There we go, Team Hard, they waved to us down there on the grass in front of the Thruxton Centre. Yeah, I spoke to Tony Gillam and I said, how many cars and how many championships have you got? He said, we've got enough race cars to run our own championship.
Race, yeah.
Unbelievable.
So the leaders come in on the back of Craig Evans. As I said, it's going to be about a lap and a half's time, and they're going to close in on him now. Smithy really has got the better of Oliver, and I'm sure Stuart Oliver knows what's going on. That's going to put him in 3rd.
Ryan Smith's going to be in the traffic fairly soon as well.
3, 4, 5 now, so Jenkins running in 5th position. That gives him 11 points. 7 the difference at the start. And it's going to be about a 3-point advantage over Smithy at the moment.
That left rear mudguard is flapping more and more for David Jenkins, isn't it?
3 minutes 54 left, 4 minutes,
really?
3 laps left.
Division 2 battle comes through. They have been incredibly entertaining today, haven't they? In Division 2, battling away. Luke Garrett, who knows how to win the title in Division 2.
I think he knows he's not going to win it this year unless Steve Powell has a bit of a moment now, because he's 10 points adrift, so he needs Steve Powell basically either to not finish, because if he was to come last in the class he would still get enough points to win the championship, so he's got to stop as far as Luke Garrett's concerned to win the championship.
Must be a weird experience though, considering completing a championship in just 3 rounds. Very odd feeling indeed for the 2020 season, as the leaders are coming back into your sight now. How much longer have we got on the clock, John?
We've got 2:58, 3 minutes left, so we're going to get 2 more laps in, I think, at the end of this one. Smithy on his own, Oliver on his own. It's all split up at the front, and it's starting to split just a little bit behind. Now, let's have a look, because there's Smith. There's... no, it's all right. We've got a slower truck in there, haven't we? There they go through there. That's the Craig Evans truck. I was trying to work out whether Jenkins had slipped another place, but he hasn't. Still runs in 5th. Gibbo still making that truck very wide, and it's pretty slippery down here now through the club chicane. Most of them getting the back end slipping out of line. Shane Burton's got a front mudguard get missing, so he's had a little bit of contact there somewhere around, and it's also got a nice tyre mark down the offside, so he's been squashed in the sandwich. I think.
He was side by side with John Newell on the previous lap, and the Division 2 trucks come through once again with Steve Powell just heading off and Luke Garrett as they go into the complex.
Garrett's so close to making that move, but just hasn't quite got that umph, has he?
Not quite, no. Through the complex they go. It gets windier, it gets a little wetter as well, and they'll have, we reckon, one lap at the end of this, don't we?
141 left. They're lapping in 142s. They're a third of the way round. They're going to get this one and one more for sure. So
completing this lap.
It's going to be last lap board this time, I would imagine.
Keep an eye out for that.
Here they come up the hill.
It's being prepared now. The last lap board down on the starting gantry.
Are you sure they're not listening to us?
Don't listen to us.
I'm going to say we haven't got a clue.
No, no. We'll go with what race control say. And with the
Ryan Smith then making it 3 out of 3 today after a rather difficult day yesterday for him. He's just got a lap to do now then here at Thruxton to take those 3 victories. The door still opens and closes, I think, every now and again when it feels like it. It's gone through, so no checkered flag. They're on their way, and look at this battle here now for 5th place. Jenkins still very much in touch with Martin Gibson. I'm sure Jenkins will have worked out what he needs to do. We've got some flip-flops or something on the track here now. They've been dislodged, but that's not going to cause these guys any trouble. The rest of the field come through. Now Garrett builds again, tries to make the move. He pulls out of the slipstream. He's up the inside as they come towards Allard and come into your sight. But again, Powell's probably got the better line, has he?
Well, he had a look, he dropped back, did Garrett, and now he went side by side again. So kind of almost painting a dummy as they went
side by
towards
side
the
into the
complex.
complex.
And they'll be side by side through the complex as well, because they've done that manoeuvre before. Stand on tippy toes, still
Garrett's got it.
doing. Yep,
Garrett's
so
got it.
just with the nose in front.
Well, it's not going to be enough for the championship, but it's a brilliant race and a brilliant finish to the season if this is the end of the season. It's a bit of an anticlimax, really, Alan, not knowing whether this is the final or not.
You know what? I kind of think it will be.
In which case, we will quickly work out the points, because here comes Ryan Smith. He's going to take 3 out of 3. Still got the fastest lap on the board as well. That's going to give him 16 points. That's 176 points. Stuart Oliver in second position. That's going to give him 14 points, 174 points. And Dave Jenkins, where is Jenks going to end up? He's going to stay there in 5th. Surely he's not going to have a little go now. And I don't know whether that's you or not in the background.
Ryan Smith.
That was the horn going. I could hear on your, I thought it was you giving me a bit of feedback or something. Jenkins up the inside. He's having a lot as they go towards the line. Jenkins was just about making up to 3rd. And the answer's no, he didn't. No, he didn't. So he'll take 5th place. Jenkins will get 11 points for that, because there was no second, no fastest lap. 11 will give him 178. Wow, there you go. 178, champion or not, we are not 100% sure, but 178 points to Dave Jenkins, 176 points to the reigning champion Ryan Smith, and 174 points to the multiple champion Stuart Oliver. Doesn't come much closer than that, does it? 4 points separate the top 3 at the end of a hard-fought short season.
Absolutely fantastic.
Now, Division 2, well, Powell held on in the end, got back in front of Garrett. So Steve Powell will get 15 points, and he didn't get the fastest lap. Garrett got that, so he'll get 15. That'll give him 185. Luke Garrett will get 15, so the gap will stay the same. That'll give him 175. So they're 10 points apart. 185 for Steve Powell, champion-elect, and then Luke Garrett second on 175. Then the should be, I think, probably, well, is it going to be John Powell? Let's have a little look. John Powell, fourth in class, yeah, so he'll get 12 points for fourth. That will give him 156. So John Powell will be third. So Luke Garrett in the middle of the Powell sandwich. There's Ryan Smith back home. Brings it into Diesel Alley for the final time today. Stuart Oliver comes in. Now then, let's just wait and see if we get any celebrations, Alan, from,
well, we shall see,
from
yeah.
Jenkins. And again, the drivers are like us. They are convinced that Brands is probably not going to happen, but they're not sure. So,
No.
so they're not sure yet whether it is a championship finale or not. But, well, if it isn't, it can't be any closer when they go to Brands, can it? 2 points separate the first and second, 2 points separate second and third. What a race it will be when we go to Brands. Here is Jenkins then, he gets the applaud of the crowd down below us, and there's no real celebration. So Dave Jenks just playing his cards close to his chest, I think.
Ryan Smith did a full burnout.
No, surely not Ryan Smith doing something like that.
into the Park Ferme area.
And Steve Powell then brings the Dines truck round. There's Shane Britton's truck goes in, or the Ollie James truck with Shane Britton. John Newell brings it home. Steve Powell, yeah, he's going to celebrate just a little bit, gets it just a bit squirrely for us, gives us a little celebration wheel spin. Luke Garrett goes through. That'll be Craig Reed, Craig Evans and Simon Cole.
Toro.
Well, welcome down to Park Ferme with an absolutely delighted
Yes.
Ryan Smith. Incredible race for you there, mate, to round off what's been a wild weekend. 3 out of 3 in the end. How do you feel?
You know, I've worked my socks off and my team's worked our socks off. In qualifying, we qualified P9. We had a steering pump go. We went over the barrier at 90 mile an hour. My team, we worked. People from other team come and worked on my truck. You know what? The driver gets a lot of the credit. It's got to go to my team, every single one of them. Julia the chef, the Birmingham boys. Alan Taylor's been a saint this weekend. Mark Taylor's given us his spare parts. And I tell you what a way to drive. I just knew, I was in the zone, and I just knew Stuart was like wow. You know what, that's probably one of the best races I've been involved in. I worked my socks off. I left nothing to chance. I was out breaking myself everywhere, and you know what, finally it's paid off. We've had a terrible year. Everybody's had a terrible year. You know, I'm absolutely delighted. Emotions are high. My team there have worked their socks off to get this truck. We've got no panels, got no bodywork. The door was coming open. You know, we've got no door hinge. We've worked our socks off on a small budget, and you know what? My first championship, my second, my third, my fourth. This means a lot to me. So if they want to bring Brands Hatch, I'm ready.
Well, we can't wait to watch you so, mate. I just wanted to ask one question about that door, because with it being left-hand drive, that seemed a little bit hairy for you for a little bit towards the end of the race.
I was in my zone. I'd locked off. I knew what I had to do. Absolutely, just did my job.
And that you did, mate. Congratulations
Thank
on a
you very
brilliant
much.
win. Go and enjoy it with his supporters. There goes Ryan Smith. He closes out what's been a wonderful weekend here at Thruxton for him and his team. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage for the British Truck Racing Championships here, and of course all the other races that we've witnessed on what's been a wet and wild weekend here at Thruxton Circuit. From me and all of the team here, a very, very good evening.